Chapter 1. A Queen's Claim at the Pyre. The air tasted of ash and sorrow. It clung to the back of my throat, a physical weight of grief that even the sharp, clean scent of pine couldn't scour away. Flames, orange and gold, and tipped with angry red, licked at the night sky, consuming the pyre log by log. Consuming him, Kalen, my mate, my alpha. The word felt hollow now, a title stripped of its lifeblood, leaving behind only the husk of what was. Around me, the Blackwood pack stood in a silent, suffocating circle, their heads bowed, their shoulders slumped under the heavy cloak of a leaderless night. I could smell their mourning, a rank, bitter scent like wet earth and decay, mingling with the cloying sweetness of the burning cedar logs. I stood at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the oppressive heat of the fire, my fingers clenched into the rough fabric of the ceremonial mourning cloak. Its fibers were woven with wolfsbane and silverbell, meant to calm the beast within, to soothe the soul of the grieving. It was a lie. There was no calm inside me. There was only a maelstrom, a furious, howling storm of a she-wolf clawing at the cage of my ribs, desperate to break free and tear this world apart. For taking him from her. My human half, the part that was Erindra Vane, held her back. For now. It was my duty as his Luna, to be the calm center of the pack's storm, to be the symbol of grace in loss. Tradition demanded it. My eyes, dry and burning from the smoke and unshed tears, scanned the faces illuminated by the fire's dance. I saw the young ones, their expressions a mixture of fear and confusion, their world upended. I saw the elders, their faces carved from stone and sorrow, their gazes fixed on the flames as if searching for answers in the embers. Elder Gareth, the oldest of them, his white fur streaked with the gray of countless winters, stood closest to the pyre. His lips moved in the silent, ancient words of the sending, his hands clasped before him, a bastion of tradition in a world that had just been shattered. His eyes, when they briefly met mine, held a pity so profound it felt like an insult. He saw not a Luna, but a widow, a relic, an echo of a reign that was over. And then my gaze found him, Dorian Merrick. He stood apart from the others near the shadowed edge of the great oaks that ringed our sacred clearing. While the rest of the pack faced the fire, he watched me, Kalen's first commander, his shield, his blade, his most trusted soldier. Dorian was carved from the same unforgiving granite as the mountains that guarded our territory. His hair was the color of a winter night, his eyes a startling pale silver that seemed to absorb the firelight and give nothing back. A jagged scar, a relic from the border wars, cut through his left eyebrow, giving his already severe expression a permanent look of grim assessment. He had never approved of me, not truly. When Kalen had chosen me, a she-wolf from a lesser bloodline with more spirit than sense, Dorian's disapproval had been a silent, constant presence. He saw me as a weakness in his alpha, a distraction from the duties of the pack. He served Kalen with a loyalty that was absolute, but his respect for me was conditional, offered only because his alpha demanded it. Now, with Kalen gone, that demand was ash on the wind. His stare was not filled with the same pity as the elders. It was something sharper, more complex. An appraisal, a question. He was weighing me, judging my grief, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, he was finding me wanting. He expected me to break, to crumble, to be the fragile Luna they all believed I was. The heat from the pyre intensified, and a great log collapsed inwards, sending a shower of sparks spiraling into the inky blackness above. A collective gasp went through the pack. It was the center beam, the one Kalen himself had felled and carved with the pack's sigil, the heart of the pyre. The finality of it was a physical blow. My wolf surged against my control, a raw, agonized howl building in her throat. I bit down on my lip, the coppery taste of blood a sharp anchor in the overwhelming tide of sense and sorrow. I would not give Dorian the satisfaction, would not give any of them the broken creature they expected to see. Kaelin had fallen defending our southern border against a rogue pack of scourged, their minds eaten away by a sickness that turned them into mindless killers. He had died as an alpha should, protecting his own. Dorian had been the one to carry him back, his own body riddled with wounds, his face a mask of fury and grief so profound it had silenced the entire den. He had laid Kaelin at my feet, the words tearing from his throat in a raw rasp. "He is gone, Luna." He had used my title then, but it felt like a brand, a marking of my new, lesser place in the world. Now, as the flames consumed the last of the pyre's structure, Elder Gareth stepped forward. His voice, though roughened by age, carried across the clearing with the weight of authority. "The moon has claimed him," he intoned, his voice resonating with the ancient cadence of ritual. "The forest receives him. Alpha Kaelin of the Blackwood Pack is returned to the earth from which we all came. His spirit runs with the ancestors." A low, mournful howl rose from the pack, a symphony of loss that vibrated through the ground and up my spine. My own wolf strained to join them, to add her voice to the chorus of pain, but I held her silent. My grief was my own. It was a private, sacred thing, not a performance for the pack. Gareth raised a hand, silencing the sound. "The pyre cools, but the pack must endure. The line must continue. Tradition is the rock upon which we build our future." He turned his gaze slowly, deliberately, across the assembled wolves, his eyes passing over me as if I were nothing more than a statue carved of salt. "As is the law, the mantle of Alpha falls to the blood. Kaelin's brother, Lucian, will accept the challenge." A murmur went through the crowd. Lucian, Kaelin's younger brother, stepped forward from the shadows. He was leaner than Kaelin, his ambition a sharp, hungry scent that he wore like a second skin. He had always resented living in his brother's shadow, and now he was practically vibrating with the opportunity to seize the power he craved. He offered a shallow bow to the elder. "I am ready to serve the pack." His voice was smooth, practiced, but I could hear the tremor of excitement beneath it. Gareth nodded, a grim satisfaction on his face. "Is there any other of the Alpha bloodline who would challenge this claim?" he asked, his voice booming. The question was a formality. Kaelin had no other living male relatives of rank. The power was Lucian's for the taking. The council would approve, the pack would follow, and I, Arindra, Kaelin's Luna, would be, what, a guest in my own den? Exiled to the Dowager's Lodge at the edge of the territory, married off to some lesser pack leader to forge an alliance? The thought was a vile, bitter pill. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. The pack was waiting. Lucian's chin was high, a smug, predatory light in his eyes. He glanced at me, a fleeting look of triumph and dismissal. He was already picturing himself on the Alpha's rock, with a new Luna at his side. And that was when my wolf broke free. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was an instinct, a primal rejection of everything that was happening. The rage and grief I had been holding back erupted in a wave of pure, untamed power. My human mind screamed in protest, but it was too late. The beast was in control. A low growl rumbled in my chest, a sound so deep and guttural it silenced the clearing more effectively than Gareth's hand. Every head turned towards me. Shock rippled through the pack, a new scent on the air, confusion, fear, and a sharp spike of ozone as the ancient laws were threatened. Lucian's smirk vanished, replaced by a sneer. "The Luna forgets her place. Grief has undone her." Gareth's eyes narrowed. "Arindra, control yourself. This is not the time for—" "No," I said, my voice not my own. It was a rasp, a snarl, the sound of stone grinding against stone. The word hung in the cold night air, a declaration of war. I felt the change begin, the delicious, agonizing fire of it racing through my veins. It started in my spine, a burning heat that spread outwards, my bones groaning, shifting, lengthening. My human skin tore away from the inside, replaced by something tougher, more primal. I dropped the morning cloak, my hands clenching into claws, my nails thickening and elongating. The world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of heightened senses. The scent of pine became 1,000 different needles, each one distinct. The smell of the pack became a complex tapestry of individual fears, ambitions, and loyalties. I could smell the lie on Lucian's skin, the stale scent of his envy. I could smell the rigid, unyielding stone of Gareth's tradition. And from across the clearing, I could smell Dorian, the cold iron of his control, the sharp tang of old blood from his barely healed wounds, and something else, something deeper and more potent. The scent of a storm held barely in check. The pain of the shift was a cleansing fire. It burned away the last vestiges of the meek, grieving Luna they expected me to be. My back arched, my vertebrae cracking and reforming. Fur, the color of moonlight on snow, burst from my skin, thick and protective, my face elongated, my jaw cracking and reshaping into a powerful muzzle, my teeth lengthening into daggers. The world sharpened, colors becoming more vibrant, the fire a living, breathing entity of impossible brightness. My hearing expanded, catching the frantic beat of a rabbit's heart 100 yards away in the forest, the whisper of the wind through the highest branches, the sharp intake of breath from every wolf in the clearing. When the transformation was complete, I was no longer Arindra. I was the wolf, larger than most females, with fur the color of bone and eyes that burned with the same cold silver fire as the winter moon. I shook my head, my powerful neck muscles bunching, and looked at them, not as a Luna, not as a widow, but as a predator. I took a step forward, my claws sinking into the damp earth. The pack instinctively shifted back, a wave of unease rippling through them. Lucian stood his ground, though I could smell the sudden spike of fear that soured his scent. He bared his teeth, a pathetic display of dominance from a wolf who had never earned it. Gareth was the first to find his voice, his shock warring with outrage. "This is an abomination. A she-wolf has no place." I silenced him with a snarl that ripped from my throat, a promise of violence that needed no translation. I was not here to debate his ancient laws. I was here to break them. My silver eyes swept over the pack, holding each gaze, challenging them, demanding their attention. They were afraid. Good. Fear was a tool, and I would use it. Then my gaze landed on Dorian. He hadn't moved, but the stillness in him was different now. It was the coiled stillness of a wolf about to strike. His silver eyes met mine, and for a fleeting moment, I saw past the soldier, past the commander. I saw the beast within him, and it was watching mine with a terrifying primal focus. There was no pity in his eyes now, no judgment, only a raw, burning intensity that felt more dangerous than any threat Lucian could ever pose. Ignoring him, I turned my attention back to the center of the clearing. I stalked forward, my paws silent on the leaf-strewn ground, my body low and powerful. I walked past Lucian, who flinched as I brushed by him, my fur bristling. I ignored Gareth's sputtering protests. I walked to the edge of the smoldering pyre, the heat warming my fur, the scent of my mate's ashes filling my senses. This was his end, but it would be my beginning. I lifted my head to the full, luminous moon hanging like a judgment in the sky, and I howled. It was not the howl of grief they had offered earlier. This was something else entirely. It was a sound torn from the very depths of my soul, a declaration of rage, of pain, of unbroken will. It was the sound of a queen claiming her throne. It echoed through the forest, over the mountains, a promise and a threat carried on the wind. It spoke of a new order, of a tradition shattered, of a power seized from the ashes. It was the howl of an alpha. When the sound died, a profound silence fell over the clearing. The fire crackled. The wind whispered through the trees, but the pack was utterly still, their eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning, terrifying understanding. I lowered my head and turned, my silver eyes locking onto Lucian, then Gareth, then every other wolf who would dare stand in my way. I bared my teeth, a silent promise of what would happen to any who challenged my claim. The right of dominance was not given, it was taken. And in the heart of my pack, over the cooling embers of my mate's body, I had just taken it. My gaze finally returned to Dorian. He stood like a monolith in the shadows, his expression unreadable, his scent a whirlwind of iron and winter, and something I couldn't yet name. His pack was in chaos, his world turned upside down by the one person he had always dismissed. And in his eyes, I saw the question that would define everything to come. Would he kneel or would he fight? His loyalty had been to his alpha, but Kaelin was gone, and in his place stood a queen, his queen, whether he was ready to accept it or not. The night was far from over. The true battle had only just begun. Chapter 2. The Scent of Doubt and Iron. The echo of my howl faded into the whispering leaves, leaving a vacuum in its wake. The world seemed to hold its breath. For a long moment, the only sounds were the hiss and pop of the dying pyre and the frantic, terrified thumping of 24 hearts, my own included. The fury of the transformation had receded, leaving behind a cold, sharp clarity. In my wolf form, every sense was a razor's edge, slicing through the pack's shock to the raw emotion beneath. Fear was the dominant scent, a sour, acrid tang that prickled my nose. But underneath it were other, more dangerous currents. Lucian's curdled ambition, Gareth's brittle outrage, and from the elders, a deep, earthy scent of disturbed tradition, like a nest of ancient roots torn from the ground. Gareth was the first to break the spell. His human form seemed frail and small before my lupine bulk, but his voice was filled with the unyielding iron of centuries. Blasphemy, he spat, his face contorted in a mask of disgust. The great moon herself weeps at this perversion. A she-wolf does not lead. She nurtures, she binds, she does not rule. A chorus of growls rumbled from the circle of elders behind him, their agreement a low, threatening vibration in the air. Lucian, emboldened by their support, puffed out his chest. He took a half-step forward, trying to project an authority he didn't possess. She is mad with grief. My brother's mate has lost her senses. Seize her, confine her until her mind is her own again. It was a foolish, desperate move. He was calling on a pack, still paralyzed by the sheer force of my claim. No one moved. Their eyes darted between him, the council, and me, their instincts warring with generations of ingrained law. They were waiting to see where the true power lay. I did not have to prove it with a fight. Not yet. I simply turned my massive head, slowly, deliberately, until my silver eyes locked with Lucian's. I let him see the cold, intelligent fire burning there. This was not madness. This was purpose. I took a single, silent step toward him, my shoulders low, my muscles bunched and ready. A deep, menacing growl started in my chest, a sound that was less a warning and more a promise of a throat being torn out. It spoke of hunts, of battles, of the primal, bloody business of survival that he, with his soft hands and political machinations, knew nothing about. Lucian faltered. The scent of his fear spiked, sharp and pathetic. He physically recoiled, his feigned bravado crumbling into dust. He had wanted the throne, but he was not willing to bleed for it. Not against me. I held his gaze for a beat longer, pressing my advantage, letting the entire pack witness his cowardice. Then I dismissed him. I turned my back on him, the ultimate insult, and faced the pyre once more, my body a solid, unmoving wall of defiance between the pack and my mate's final resting place. I was the guardian now. His legacy was mine to protect, and by the ancient spirits, I would not let it fall into the hands of vipers and cowards. The law is clear, another elder, Lyra, screeched, her voice thin and sharp as a shard of ice. The bloodline must rule. It is the only way to ensure the strength of the pack. The strength of the pack. The words echoed in my mind, a bitter irony. Kaelin's strength was what had held us together. Lucian possessed none of it. The council's rigid adherence to tradition would be our doom. We were surrounded by enemies. The Scourge to the south, the rival Ridgeback clan to the west, and the ever-present threat of human hunters who grew bolder with each passing season. A weak alpha like Lucian would get us all killed. My grief was a howling tempest inside me, but beneath it was a cold, hard certainty. I was doing this not just for me, but for them. For Kalen, I was honoring his sacrifice by refusing to let it be in vain. My eyes scanned the crowd again, searching. Where was he? My gaze found Dorian, still standing in the same spot at the edge of the clearing, a statue carved from shadow and granite. He had not moved, had not made a sound. While the elders raged and Lucian cowered, he simply watched. His pale silver eyes were fixed on me, and the intensity of his stare was a physical weight. I could not read his scent from this distance, not with the reek of fear and anger polluting the air, but I could feel his focus. He was dissecting every move I made, every ripple of muscle, every subtle shift in my stance. He was a commander assessing a battlefield, and I was the unknown, cataclysmic event that had just reshaped it entirely. His inaction was, in itself, a statement. He had not sided with the council, but he had not sided with me either. He was a force unto himself, loyal only to the memory of the alpha who lay in ashes between us, and I knew with a wolf's unerring instinct that he would be the hardest to convince, and the one I needed most. It was time. I could not command them as a beast forever. They needed to see the woman. They needed to see the mind behind the teeth and claws. Turning from the pyre, I faced them all, my head held high. I deliberately sought out a space in the center of the clearing, exposed and vulnerable, and I let go. The shift back was the reverse of the coming, not a cleansing fire, but a painful collapse. It felt like my very bones were dissolving, my muscles contracting in violent spasms. My wolf fought it for a second, reluctant to surrender her power, her control. "Stay," she snarled in my mind. "We are stronger this way. Safer." "No," I sent back, my human consciousness wrestling for dominance. They must see me, both of us. The pain was excruciating, 1,000 daggers twisting under my skin. My lupine form folded in on itself, fur receding, muzzle shortening, limbs shrinking back to their human proportions. I landed on my hands and knees, gasping, the cold night air a shock against my suddenly bare skin. A wave of dizziness washed over me, the world tilting violently. For a few heartbeats, I was utterly defenseless. Every instinct screamed at me to curl up, to protect my throat, my belly. I forced myself to fight it. Slowly, shakily, I pushed myself up. I rose to my feet, my legs trembling from the strain. I stood before them, naked and exposed in the flickering firelight, my body lean and corded with the muscle of a shifter, my skin marred by the faint, silvery lines of old scars. I did not cover myself. I did not flinch. I let them look. Let them see that I was not hiding behind the beast. The beast was a part of me, as was the woman. One could not exist without the other. Silence. Utter, profound silence. The pack stared, their expressions a mixture of awe, fear, and deep, unsettling confusion. Aluna was meant to be the soft heart of the pack. They had never seen their Luna like this, raw, powerful, and utterly unapologetic. I lifted my chin, my gaze sweeping over them all, dually resting on Elder Gareth. My voice when I spoke was hoarse from the howl, but it was steady. It carried across the clearing with an authority they had not heard from me before. "You speak of law, Gareth, of tradition." I took a step forward, then another, my bare feet silent on the cold ground. Tradition says the pack must be led by the strongest. That is the highest law, the one that ensures our survival. I gestured toward Lucian, who looked away, unable to meet my eyes. Is he the strongest? Did he stand with his brother on the southern ridge? Did he taste the blood of the scourged? Or did he stay here, in the den, sharpening his words while better wolves sharpened their claws? A murmur rippled through the younger warriors. They knew it was true. They had fought alongside Kalen. They had seen his courage, and they had seen Lucian's absence. The law of blood, I continued, my voice gaining strength, was created to ensure power passed to the worthy. It was meant to prevent weakness, but when it becomes a shield for cowards and opportunists, it is no longer a law. It is a chain. I walked slowly around the edge of the circle, forcing each wolf to meet my gaze. Kalen's blood runs in my veins. a bond forged under the moon, deeper than any shared womb. His strength is my strength. His pack is my pack. And I will not see it led to ruin by a fool who mistakes ambition for power. My eyes found Dorian again. He still hadn't moved, but something had shifted in his posture. A subtle tightening of the shoulders, a clenching of his jaw. He was listening. "I claim the right of dominance," I declared, my voice ringing with finality, "not as Kalen's Luna, not as a grieving widow. I claim it as the strongest wolf in this clearing tonight. I claim it as your alpha." "This has never been done," Lyra shrieked. "You have no right." "Then I will make the right," I roared back, the wolf snarl creeping back into my voice. "The world is changing. Our enemies grow stronger. They do not care for our traditions. They care only for our weaknesses. I will not be a weakness. I will be the weapon that keeps this pack alive." Just as the council began to find its voice again, ready to drown me in a tide of outrage, a movement at the edge of my vision caught my eye. Dorian was walking. He moved with a quiet, lethal grace, his big frame parting the crowd without effort. He walked not toward me, but toward the Alpha's den, which stood empty and dark on the rise overlooking the clearing. He disappeared inside for a moment, then re-emerged, a heavy fur cloak in his hands. It was Kalen's cloak, the one he wore during council, woven from the pelt of a great shadow cat he had killed in his youth. My breath caught in my throat. Every eye was on him as he crossed the clearing. What was this? A gesture of peace? Or a final symbolic insult? Using my mate's cloak to remind me of the man I could never be? He stopped directly in front of me, so close I could feel the heat radiating from his body. I had to tilt my head back to look up at him. His scent washed over me, potent and overwhelming. It was the smell of cold iron, of pine needles crushed underfoot, of old scars and fresh blood, and underneath it all, that strange, unsettling scent of a brewing storm. His silver eyes were unreadable, holding mine with an intensity that made the air crackle. He said nothing. He simply held out the cloak. My heart hammered against my ribs. My instincts were screaming. He was too close. A threat, a challenge. My wolf wanted to bare her teeth, to snap at the hand that dared to approach her. But my human side, the part of me that understood nuance and symbolism, saw something else. This wasn't a challenge. It wasn't submission either. It was something in between. Slowly, I reached out and took the cloak. The fur was thick and heavy, still carrying the faint, heartbreaking scent of Kalen. My fingers tightened on the familiar texture, a fresh wave of grief threatening to overwhelm me. I fought it down, shoving it back into the cage in my chest. I could not afford to feel that now. As I wrapped the heavy cloak around my bare shoulders, its warmth a comfort and a burden all at once, Dorian finally spoke. His voice was a low, gravelly rumble, meant for my ears alone. "You have howled from the Alpha's rock, Erindra." The use of my name was a deliberate choice. No title, not Luna, not Alpha, just me. The she-wolf he had always found lacking. "Holding it," he continued, his silver eyes boring into mine, "is a different war." He held my gaze for a moment longer, a silent, powerful communication passing between us. It was not a threat, but it was not a promise of support either. It was a statement of fact from a wolf who knew war better than anyone. He was telling me that this night, the single act of defiance, was only the first shot fired. The true test of my strength, my will, and my right to lead was yet to come, and he would be watching every moment of it. Then he stepped back, turning to face the stunned council and the uncertain pack. His voice rose, carrying the unmistakable ring of command that every warrior in the Blackwood pack was conditioned to obey. "The Alpha is dead," he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. "A claim has been made. The rituals are complete. Return to your dens. We will meet at dawn to discuss the pack's patrols." It was a dismissal. He was not ordering them as my commander. He was ordering them as their commander, asserting his own authority over the pack's warriors, bypassing the council and leaving my claim hanging, unresolved, in the cold night air. He was creating a space, a pause in the chaos. He was taking control of his soldiers, the true strength of the pack, while the politicians argued. The pack, desperate for direction, obeyed. They broke their circle, melting back into the shadows of the forest, their murmurs like the rustling of dry leaves. Lucian shot me a look of pure hatred before stalking off, the elders gathering around him in a tight, conspiratorial knot. Soon, only I and Dorian remained in the clearing, standing on opposite sides of the dying pyre. The flames cast long, dancing shadows that twisted around us. I clutched Kaylin's cloak tighter, its weight a heavy reminder of the mantle I had just stolen. I had won the night. I had silenced my rivals and stared down the law. But as I looked at the formidable, unreadable wolf across the embers, whose loyalty was a question mark written in smoke and iron, I knew he was right. This was not a victory. It was just the beginning of the war. Chapter 3. The Ghost of an Alpha's Promise. The walk from the clearing to the Alpha's den was the longest of my life. Each step was a conscious effort, my bare feet numb against the cold, packed earth of the path. Kaylin's cloak felt like a shroud of lead on my shoulders, its familiar weight a crushing reminder of the emptiness beside me. The pack had vanished into the darkness, their scents lingering on the air like ghosts of their judgment. But the den ahead was a more formidable challenge. It was our home. Now it was just a symbol of a power I had seized but did not yet truly possess. The den was carved into the heart of the great rock, a massive granite outcrop that served as the pack's central fortress. Its entrance was a dark, yawning mouth, a void I had to force myself to enter. Inside, the air was still and cool, thick with the scent of him. It was everywhere, woven into the furs on the floor, clinging to the heavy wooden furniture, embedded in the very stones of the walls. Cedar, worn leather, and the faint, dusty smell of old maps. It was the scent of home, the scent of safety, the scent of my mate. A fresh wave of grief, sharp and vicious, tore through me. My knees buckled, and I had to brace myself against the cold stone wall, my breath coming in ragged, silent sobs. My wolf, the fierce, dominant beast who had faced down an entire pack, whimpered in my mind. She had fought for power, for survival, but in this place, she only felt the gaping wound of her missing half. The bond between mates is a living thing, a cord of spirit and instinct that ties two souls together. Kaylin's death hadn't just broken that cord. It had ripped it from my very being, leaving a raw, bleeding wound that I wasn't sure would ever heal. Forcing myself upright, I pushed deeper into the den. The main chamber was vast, dominated by a huge stone hearth where a low fire still crackled, casting flickering shadows across the room. On the far wall was the map table, a massive slab of polished oak. Its surface a web of charcoal lines and carved wooden markers depicting our territory, our rivals' lands, and the encroaching dead zones claimed by the scourged. This was the heart of Kaylin's rule. Here, he had planned hunts, plotted defenses, and made the decisions that had kept us safe for a decade. My fingers traced the edge of the table, coming to rest on a small, intricately carved wolf, its head thrown back in a silent howl. Kaylin had carved it himself during a long, harsh winter, his large hands surprisingly deft with the small knife. He'd given it to me, telling me it was my spirit, fierce, a little wild, and always singing its own song. At the time, I had laughed. Now the memory was a blade in my gut. I sank into the Alpha's chair, a heavy, throne-like seat carved from a single great oak, its arms worn smooth by his hands. The leather was cool against my skin. It felt too big, the space around me an aching void. I closed my eyes, pulling his cloak tighter, and for a moment, I let myself remember. It was a night much like this one, a full moon hanging low and heavy in the sky. A dispute with the Ridgeback clan had been settled, but not without cost. We had lost 2 young warriors. Kaylin had been standing right here, his back to the fire, His shoulders slumped with a weariness that went bone deep. I had come to him, placing my hands on his chest, feeling the steady, powerful beat of his heart under my palm. "You carry too much," I had whispered, my head resting against his shoulder. He had covered my hand with his thumb stroking my skin. "An alpha is the rock," he had murmured, his voice a low rumble. "When the storm comes, the pack shelters behind him. If the rock moves, even an inch, the pack shatters." I looked up at him, into his warm amber eyes. "And what happens when the storm is inside the rock?" A rare, tired smile touched his lips. He leaned down and pressed his forehead against mine, our scents mingling. "That's why he has a Luna," he said softly. "You are the heart within the stone, Arindra. You are the fire that keeps it from growing cold. You are stronger than you know." He pulled back, his gaze serious, intense. Promise me you will always be the fire. For them, for the pack." "I promise," I had said, without a second's hesitation, never imagining a world where he would not be the rock. A single hot tear escaped and slid down my cheek. A promise. I had promised to be the fire, not the stone. But the stone had crumbled into ash, and now I had to be both. A soft scuff of a boot on the stone floor shattered the memory. My eyes snapped open, my body instantly tensing. The wolf within me rose, a low growl forming in my throat before I consciously suppressed it. Dorian stood in the entrance to the den, a silhouette against the moonlit clearing behind him. He had not announced himself, had made no sound until he was already inside. A predator's entrance. He walked into the chamber, his presence filling the vast space, his cold iron scent cutting through the warm memories of cedar and leather. He stopped a dozen feet away, his silver eyes taking in the scene, me, in the Alpha's chair, wrapped in the Alpha's cloak, looking small and out of place. "The council is gathering at the Elder's Lodge," he said, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. It was not a report. It was a statement of fact, an observation. "Lucian is with them. They are discussing the line of succession." "Let them discuss," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Their words are the rattling of dry bones. The pack saw what happened tonight. They saw a she-wolf, mad with grief, defy 1,000 years of law," he corrected, his tone still perfectly level, but with a sharp, cutting edge. "They are afraid, confused. A confused pack is a weak pack." I rose from the chair, letting Kaylin's cloak settle on my shoulders like a mantle of command. I would not be interrogated in my own den. I walked to the map table, placing my hands flat on its surface, staking a silent claim to this new center of my world. "And what do you see, Dorian?" I challenged, my eyes locking with his across the polished wood. He was silent for a long moment, his gaze unwavering. It felt as if he could see straight through me, past the defiant posture in the borrowed cloak, to the raw, grieving woman beneath. "I see Kaylin's mate," he said finally, his voice a low growl. "And I wonder if she's doing this for the pack, or for the ghost of the man who led it." The accusation struck home, a poisoned dart. Was he right? Was this just an elaborate, desperate attempt to hold on to Kaylin, to keep his world from vanishing completely? The doubt was a serpent coiling in my gut. I crushed it. "Kaylin is gone," I said, my voice cold as the stone beneath my feet. "His ghost cannot protect our borders. It cannot hunt for our young. It cannot face the scourged. I can." I leaned forward, my knuckles white against the dark wood. "I am not trying to be him. I am trying to keep his pack from dying with him, something his own brother seems perfectly willing to do so long as he gets to wear the title while it burns." A flicker of something, was it respect, agreement, passed through his eyes, so fleeting I might have imagined it. He took a step closer to the table, his gaze dropping to the map. His large hand, scarred and calloused, pointed to the southern edge of our territory, a jagged line of hills marked with a faint red charcoal smudge, the place where Kaylin had fallen. "The dawn patrol is due," he said, his voice all business now, the voice of a commander. The scourged were driven back, but they will test the border again. They can smell a leaderless pack from a league away. They will be drawn to our perceived weakness like wolves to a fresh kill. He was testing me. He wanted to see if I understood the practical, brutal realities of leadership, or if my claim was just empty howling. He expected me to delegate, to order him to handle it as a Luna would have done. I met his challenge head-on. Perceived weakness is the only kind they will find, I said. I picked up a heavy carved stone marker, the Alpha's marker, that Kalen had used to designate his own position on the map. It was cool and solid in my palm. I placed it firmly on the southern border, right next to the red smudge of Kalen's last stand. I will lead the dawn patrol myself. The silence that followed was different. It was charged, heavy with unspoken things. Dorian's head came up slowly, his silver eyes narrowing. He had not expected that. I could see the surprise warring with his ingrained skepticism. He searched my face, looking for a sign of bluffing, of bravado born of grief. He found none, only resolve. That is a fool's errand, he said, his voice low and dangerous. You have just challenged the entire structure of this pack. You need to be here, consolidating your power, not chasing shadows on the border. The council will use your absence to turn the pack against you. By the time you return, you may not have a den to come back to. If the border falls, there will be no den for any of us to come back to, I countered, my voice sharp. Power is not consolidated with words in a warm den, Dorian. It is forged in blood and service on the borders. The pack needs to see their leader is not afraid. They need to see that the loss of their alpha has not made us weak. I looked him straight in the eye. They need to see me bleed for them, just as he did. He stared at me for a long, hard moment, the firelight catching the silver of his scar. The air between us was thick with tension, with the weight of our shared loss and the chasm of our new, undefined relationship. He was Kalen's man, through and through. His loyalty was a thing of legend. But Kalen was gone, and I had taken his place. I was an unknown quantity, a disruption to his world, and he did not yet know if I was a queen or a tyrant, a savior or a fool. The pack tests a new alpha, he said slowly, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the floor. They will push you. They will challenge you in ways both small and large. They need to know the strength of the hand on the reins. Every wolf you meet on that patrol will be measuring you. Let them measure, I said, my chin high. They will find I do not come up short. He gave a single sharp nod. It was not agreement. It was not submission. It was an acknowledgement. A recognition that a line had been drawn, and I had just stepped over it without hesitation. He turned without another word and walked toward the entrance of the den. His footsteps echoed in the silent chamber. Just as he reached the threshold, he paused, his back still to me. The air is cold before dawn, he said, his voice rough. Wear something warmer than a dead man's cloak. And then he was gone, leaving me alone in the vast, silent den. The fire crackled, casting my solitary shadow long and distorted against the stone wall. His final words were not an insult. They were practical. They were a soldier's advice, a small, almost imperceptible crack in the wall of his iron control. I looked down at the map, at the Alpha's marker my hand still rested on. He was right. The pack would test me. The council would plot against me. My enemies would press our borders, and Dorian Merrick, the ghost of my mate's loyalty, would be watching my every move, waiting for me to fail. A cold, fierce energy surged through me, pushing back the grief, hardening my resolve. Kalen had asked me to be the fire, and as the first pale hint of dawn touched the edge of the sky, I knew that fire was about to be unleashed. I would not just burn. I would forge a new world from the ashes of the old, starting now, starting with this patrol. Chapter 4. Whispers in the Elder's Den. The gray pre-dawn light was a thief, stealing the last of the night's shadows as I prepared. I stood before the carved oak chest at the foot of the sleeping firs, Kalen's cloak lying folded on its lid like a sleeping beast. Dorian's words echoed in the cold air. Wear something warmer than a dead man's cloak. It was practical advice, but it was more than that. It was a command to shed the past, to step into this new role, unburdened by the symbols of the one who came before. I left the cloak where it was. My hands moved with a purpose I hadn't felt since before Kaylin's death, selecting not the soft doe skin of a Luna, but the hardened leather of a warrior. I pulled on thick, fur-lined leggings and a tunic of dark, supple leather that was stained and scarred from my own hunts. It was old, something I hadn't worn in years, but it settled on my shoulders with a familiar, comforting weight. It was my own skin, not one I had borrowed. I strapped vambraces to my forearms and greaves to my shins, the worn buckles and straps, a familiar ritual. Lastly, I took up the hunting knife Kaylin had gifted me on our first mating anniversary. Its hilt was carved from the antler of a great stag, its blade forged from sky metal. It was a piece of him, but it was a tool, not a relic. I slid it into the sheath on my thigh. The cold steel resting against my skin was an anchor, a promise of the sharpness I would need in the coming hours. When I emerged from the den, the air was knife-sharp, tasting of frost and damp earth. The pack's central clearing was deserted, the great pyre now a mound of blackened logs and gray ash, a cold, dead heart in the center of our world. A thin plume of smoke still curled from its core, a final, ghostly exhalation. Instead of walking directly to the eastern gate where the patrol would muster, a powerful instinct drew me on a different path, one that led past the Elder's Lodge. It was a low, ancient structure, built of river stone and heavy timbers, half buried in the hillside. Light, the warm yellow of tallow lamps, spilled from its narrow windows, a stark contrast to the sleeping gloom of the other dens. As I drew nearer, keeping to the shadows of the great pines that surrounded it, their scent sharp and clean in the cold, I heard them. My shifter hearing, more acute than any human's, picked up the low murmur of voices from within. I slowed my steps, my feet making no sound on the carpet of fallen needles. Gareth's voice was the first I could distinguish, its reedy timbre laced with a venomous certainty, an affront to the ancestors, an insult to the moon herself. Her grief has made her a beast, and we would be fools to let a beast sit on the Alpha's rock. She is strong, Gareth, another voice countered, deeper and more cautious. It was Elder Orin, a wolf who valued stability above all else. The pack saw her strength. They will not easily turn against one who holds the power of dominance. Lucian's voice cut in, sharp and impatient, dripping with the sour scent of his resentment that I could almost smell even from here. Strength? She howled at the moon like a maddened creature. That is not strength, it is chaos. She will lead us to ruin before the next full moon. We must act. We must invoke the right of proving. A hush fell within the lodge. The right of proving, an archaic, brutal tradition unused for centuries. A series of impossible trials designed to test a claimant whose bloodline was in question. It was a death sentence disguised as law. The right is too dangerous, Orin argued. It could break her, and the pack with her, if she were to succeed. She will not succeed, Gareth snapped. No female could. The trials were designed by alphas, for alphas. She will fail, and the pack will see her for the pretender she is. The law will be satisfied, and the proper order restored. Lucian will take his rightful place. The cold that seeped into my bones had nothing to do with the morning frost. They weren't just plotting. They were weaving a legal snare, using the pack's most sacred laws to orchestrate my destruction. Dorian was right. The den was already louder, more dangerous than any border. I backed away, melting into the shadows, my heart a cold, hard knot in my chest. I had my answer. They would not challenge me with claws and teeth. They would use tradition as their weapon, turning the pack's faith against me. And my every action, starting with this patrol, would be judged, weighed, and used as evidence in a trial that had already begun. When I reached the eastern muster point, a small, cobbled yard just inside the palisade gate, they were already waiting. 6 of them. A small patrol for a border that had just claimed our alpha. Dorian stood at their head, a silent, imposing figure in dark, practical leathers, his greatsword strapped to his back. His silver eyes met mine as I approached, and he gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod. He had expected me. The others were a different story. Their scents were a tangled knot of emotions. I saw Silas, a broad, grizzled warrior whose gray-streaked muzzle spoke of countless battles fought at Kalen's side. He watched me with a deep, sorrowful confusion, his loyalty to his dead alpha warring with the sight of me in a warrior's gear. Beside him stood a young hothead named Rorik, his hand resting on the pommel of his axe, his jaw tight. His scent was sharp with doubt and a youthful arrogance that bordered on contempt. He was Dorian's man, I knew, one of the young pups who idolized the first commander. My presence here was an offense to his sense of order. And then there was Alara. She stood slightly apart, her expression unreadable, her posture relaxed but alert. She was one of our best trackers, lean and wiry, her dark hair braided tightly back from a face that held no illusions. She was the only other she-wolf on the patrol, and her presence felt like a deliberate choice on Dorian's part. A test, perhaps, or a silent statement. Her gaze met mine for a brief second, and in it, I saw not doubt, but a keen, penetrating curiosity. She was observing, waiting. The other three warriors were younger, their expressions a mixture of fear and the grim determination of soldiers heading into dangerous territory. No one spoke. The silence was a heavy blanket. This was my first test, to command them. I walked to the front of the small group, forcing myself to stand tall, to project an authority I was only just beginning to feel. I met each of their gazes, lingering for a moment on Rorik's challenging stare until he finally looked away, a faint flush rising on his cheeks. "The southern ridge still carries the scent of our enemies," I began, my voice clear and steady in the quiet morning. "We go to read the signs, to measure their intent. We go to show them that the Blackwood pack is not broken, that our border is a line of teeth and claws, today as it was yesterday." I turned to the gate guards. "Open the gate." My voice held the clipped, unmistakable tone of command. It was Kalen's tone. For a moment, I saw a flicker of surprise on Silas's face, a ghost of his old alpha in my words. The heavy wooden gate groaned open, revealing the misty gray expanse of the forest beyond. "Dorian, you take the lead," I ordered. "Ilara, you have our flanks. Silas, Rorik the rear. Stay alert. Eyes open, ears sharp. We move as one. We move silent." It was a standard patrol formation, one they knew well. But the order came from me. I saw Dorian's eyes narrow slightly, but he gave another curt nod and turned, melting into the forest without a backward glance. Ilara followed, a shadow among shadows. After a moment's hesitation, Silas grunted and moved to his position, and Rorik, with a last resentful glance at me, fell in behind him. I took my place behind Dorian, in the heart of the formation. The position of the alpha. The forest was a cathedral of silence, the air thick with the smell of pine and cold stone and decaying leaves. We moved like ghosts, our footsteps silenced by years of practice. For the first hour, the only sounds were the whisper of the wind in the high branches and the distant cry of a hawk. The tension within our small group was a palpable thing. I could feel their eyes on my back, could smell the sweat of their uncertainty. They were watching my every step, listening to my every breath, judging me. I ignored them. I let the wolf rise within me, not to take control, but to lend me her senses. The world bloomed into a vibrant tapestry of information. I smelled the day-old trail of a doe and her fawn, the musky scent of a fox's den in the rocks to our left, the faint, acrid tang of ozone that hinted at a storm building over the distant mountains. And underneath it all, a faint, foul undertone on the wind from the south, a scent of sickness and rot, the scourged. We reached the base of the southern ridge as the sun finally broke through the mist, bathing the landscape in a pale, watery light. This was it. The ground here was torn and scarred, the earth blackened in places from the fire of battle magic. The scent of old blood was still thick in the air, a coppery ghost that made my stomach clench. I could smell Kalen's blood here. The thought was a physical blow, and for a second, My vision swam. The grief was a living thing, a clawed hand squeezing my heart. My wolf pushed back, snarling in my mind. Not now. The enemy is near. Grieve later, she was right. I shoved the pain down, locking it away. I was not a widow here. I was a commander. I was the alpha. I scanned the ridgeline, my eyes catching on a stand of pines where the branches were broken and splintered. Dorian, I said, my voice low. Up there, with me. The rest of you hold this position. Form a defensive perimeter. Rorik, watch our backs. Nothing gets behind us. Rorik looked like he wanted to argue, to say that the commander should be the one to go, but Silas shot him a look that could have curdled milk, and he clamped his jaw shut. Dorian was already moving, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his eyes scanning the rocks above us. I followed him, my own hand dropping to the hilt of my knife. We climbed the rocky slope in silence, our movements synchronized and efficient. He was a natural warrior, every line of his body taut with readiness. He moved with a brutal economy of motion that I had always admired from a distance. Up close, it was intimidating. It was the grace of a predator that had survived 100 battles and expected to survive 100 more. At the top of the ridge, the wind was stronger, whipping strands of my hair across my face. And the scent was stronger too. The foul stench of the scourged was fresh here, too fresh. Dorian crouched, his fingers brushing against the ground. I knelt beside him. There, in a patch of damp earth, was a footprint. It was misshapen, the toes too long, the claws unnaturally thick. A scourged print. And it was fresh, made within the hour. They didn't just retreat, Dorian murmured, his voice a low growl. They left a scout, or they're testing us. My eyes scanned the landscape below us, the rolling hills and dark patches of forest that stretched out into the blighted lands. They're watching, I said, a cold certainty settling in my gut. They felt him fall. They know the rock is empty. They're waiting to see what comes out of the den. Dorian looked at me, his silver eyes unreadable in the morning light. And what came out? He asked. The question hanging in the air between us. Before I could answer, a flash of movement in the valley below caught my eye. A flicker of something pale against the dark earth. It was a deer, running, its white tail a flag of terror. But it wasn't running from us. It was running from something to the east, something hidden in a deep ravine. And then I saw them. 3 of them. They moved with the lurching, unnatural gait of the scourged, their bodies twisted parodies of wolf and man, their fur matted with filth and old blood. They were running the deer down, not with the clean efficiency of a hunt, but with a mindless, slavering bloodlust. They're bolder than I thought, I breathed, my hand tightening on my knife. To hunt so close to our border in daylight. Dorian was already drawing his sword, the sound of the steel leaving its sheath a low, lethal hiss. They're not just hunting, he said, his eyes narrowed. They're marking territory. They're sending a message. My mind raced. We could retreat, report back. It was the safe, sensible option, or... We send a message back, I said, the decision forming in an instant. This was it. This was the test. We cannot let them think we are afraid to bloody our own claws on our own land. I looked at him, my gaze hard and unwavering. We take them now. I expected him to argue, to tell me it was reckless, that our orders were to scout, not to engage. It was a commander's prerogative to question a strategically unsound order. But he didn't. He stared at me for a long, assessing moment, and I saw that same flicker in his eyes again, the one I couldn't name. Then he gave a single, sharp nod. On your command. The words were a shock. On your command. He was accepting my authority. Here on this ridge, with the enemy in sight, he was placing his life and the lives of his warriors in my hands. The weight of it was immense. We used the ravine for cover, I said, my voice low and urgent, my mind falling into the familiar rhythms of tactical thought. Circle around, come at them from downwind. Alara will be our eyes. I want Silas and Rorik to create a diversion from the west. draw their attention, a single howl, nothing more. Dorian, you and I will take the center. We strike fast, we strike hard. No survivors, no witnesses. We leave their bodies as a warning. Understood? I looked back down the slope at our warriors. They were watching us, waiting. Dorian didn't answer in words. He simply raised his hand and gave a sharp, precise series of signals. Down below, I saw Ilara nod and melt away into the trees. Silas clapped a hand on Rorik's shoulder, his expression grim and determined. The young warrior, for all his earlier arrogance, looked at his commander, then at me on the ridge, and nodded, his hand gripping his axe. The doubt in his scent was still there, but it was overshadowed now by the sharp metallic tang of adrenaline. Dorian turned back to me. They understand, he said simply. The pack listens to the Alpha's voice. My heart hammered against my ribs. He had called me Alpha, not with a title, not with a bow, but with a simple statement of fact. It wasn't an oath of loyalty. It was a recognition of the reality of this moment. Here, on the edge of a battle, I was the one in command. I was the Alpha. I gave him a sharp nod, the wolf inside me rising, eager for the fight. Then let's make sure our enemies hear it too, I said, and together we plunged down the far side of the ridge, the scent of battle calling to us on the wind. Chapter 5. A Border Marked in Blood. The world narrowed to a tunnel of primal focus. The ravine was a scar in the earth, its damp walls weeping cold moisture that clung to my skin. The air was thick with the scent of wet stone, moss, and the growing, stomach-turning stench of the scourged. It was a smell unlike any other predator, a rotten sweet miasma of sickness, decay, and corrupted flesh that spoke of a deep wrongness in their very nature. My wolf paced the cage of my ribs, not with fury, but with a cold, coiled hatred. These creatures were a blasphemy against the wild, an infection in the land. I moved in a low crouch, my knife in my hand, its familiar weight a comfort. Beside me, Dorian was a shadow. He moved with a silence that was unnerving for a man his size, his greatsword held low, its dark steel drinking the pale morning light. We moved as if we had trained together for years, our steps falling in a natural, unspoken rhythm. I felt his presence not as a threat, but as a solid, deadly wall at my side. He was watching our front, his head tilted slightly, his senses stretched to their limit. He was trusting me to watch his back, to be the other half of this deadly equation. The trust was a fragile, unearned thing, born of necessity, but it was there, a silent pact forged in the face of a common enemy. My ears strained, filtering through the whisper of the wind. I heard the frantic, terrified heartbeat of a shrew in the undergrowth nearby. I heard the distant, mournful cry of a raven circling high above. And then, I heard the sounds I was listening for. The wet, tearing noises and the low, guttural snarls of the scourged at their kill. They were close. I held up a hand, and Dorian froze instantly. I peered through a curtain of hanging moss. There they were. Not 50 yards away, in a small, muddy clearing, stood the three abominations. The deer lay between them, its body already a mangled ruin of hide and bone. They were not eating so much as desecrating it, tearing at it with a mindless fury, their twisted, elongated limbs jerking with unnatural speed. They were gaunt, their matted fur stretched tight over protruding ribs and warped skeletons. Their eyes glowed with a faint, sickly yellow light, devoid of thought or reason. Only hunger, only corruption. A cold rage settled deep in my bones. Kaelin had died fighting this mindless, cancerous plague. My grip on my knife tightened until my knuckles were white. This was not a hunt. This was an extermination. I glanced at Dorian. His face was a mask of cold fury, his jaw set, a muscle twitching beneath his scar. He had seen this up close. He had carried his alpha away from a battle with these monsters. His hatred for them was a palpable force. He caught my eye and gave a single, almost imperceptible dip of his chin. "We are ready," I took a deep breath, tasting the foulness on the air, and gave a sharp two-fingered whistle, a sound like a hunting hawk's cry. It was the signal. Across the clearing, from the west, the sound we were waiting for rose into the sky. It was Silas's howl. It was not a call of challenge or greeting, but a sharp, aggressive bark of a territorial claim, designed to provoke. The effect was instantaneous. The three scourged creatures jerked their heads up from the carcass, their bloody muzzles turning toward the sound. Their yellow eyes blinked, a flicker of base cunning in their depths. One of them let out a low, chittering growl, a sound like rocks grinding together, and took a lurching step in the direction of the howl. They were distracted. Their guard was down. Now, I breathed. We moved as one. We didn't run. We exploded from the ravine, two predators closing on their prey with a speed that was a blur of motion. The ground flew beneath my feet. 20 yards, 10. The closest creature turned, its warped face a nightmare of matted fur and too many teeth. Its yellow eyes widened, not in fear, but in surprised bloodlust as it saw new prey. It lunged, its claws extended, a gurgling shriek tearing from its throat. I didn't meet its charge head-on. I dropped low, sliding on the damp earth, my knife held in a reverse grip. I swept under its flailing claws, the stench of its breath washing over me, and drove my blade up, hard, into the soft tissue beneath its jaw. The sky metal blade, forged to kill unnatural things, slid home with a sickening crunch of bone. The creature choked, black, tar-like blood fountaining from its throat, and collapsed on top of me. Its weight was crushing, its death throes a violent spasm that threatened to pin me. For a horrifying second, I was trapped beneath the dying beast. Then a shadow fell over me. Dorian. He had already dispatched his own target, his greatsword cleaving through its neck in a single brutal arc. Without breaking stride, he hooked a booted foot under the scourged on top of me and heaved. The stinking carcass rolled away, and I scrambled to my feet, gasping for air. My face spattered with its foul blood. The third creature, seeing its packmates fall, let out a high-pitched scream of rage and charged at Dorian's back. "Dorian!" I yelled. He was already turning, but the creature was unnaturally fast. It was going to be on him before he could bring his massive sword around. Just as its claws were about to find his back, a dark shape shot from the trees. Alara. She moved like a phantom, her twin daggers flashing. She didn't try to stop the creature's charge. She used its own momentum against it, leaping onto its back, her blades sinking deep into the base of its skull with vicious precision. The scourge shuddered, its legs buckled, and it crashed to the ground, twitching, just inches from Dorian's feet. The silence that fell was as sudden and violent as the attack had been. It was over. 10 seconds of brutal, synchronized violence. I stood panting, the adrenaline singing in my veins, my knife dripping with black blood. Dorian stood over the creature Alara had killed, his own sword held ready, his chest rising and falling. Alara landed lightly on her feet, pulling her blades free with a practiced flick of her wrists. From the trees, Silas and Rorik emerged, their own weapons drawn. Silas's eyes were wide, his gaze fixed on the carnage. Rorik looked pale, his knuckles white on the haft of his axe. He had been the diversion, the bait. He hadn't seen the true speed and savagery of the enemy up close until now. His eyes met mine, and the contempt I had seen there earlier was gone, replaced by a raw, naked shock that was bordering on awe. I took a moment, forcing my breathing to even out, my heart to slow its frantic hammering. I had done it. I had given the commands, and we had succeeded. No one was hurt. The enemy was dead. But the cold weight of command settled on me. This was my responsibility. Their lives, their deaths. "Report," I said, my voice coming out rougher than I intended. Alara was the first to speak, wiping her blades on the creature's matted fur. "Flanks are clear, no others within scent range." Her voice was calm, professional. She looked at me, a flicker of something in her dark eyes. "Good kill, Alpha." The word hit me like a physical blow. Alpha. She said it so easily, so naturally. It wasn't a challenge or a test. It was a statement of fact. She had seen my command, seen my blade work, and had made her judgment. Silas stepped forward, his gaze moving from the dead creatures to me. He looked at the black blood on my face, the knife still in my hand. The confusion in his scent was gone, replaced by a deep, earthy smell of respect. He gave me a slow, deliberate nod. The plan was sound. The strike was clean. Kaelin would be proud. The last word was heavy with a grief we all shared, but it was an offering, the highest praise he could give. My eyes found Dorian. He was watching me, his own face a grim, unreadable mask. He sheathed his greatsword with a smooth, final sound. He walked over to me, his silver eyes scanning me from head to toe. I thought he was judging my performance, critiquing my form, but his gaze stopped on my left arm. "You're bleeding," he said, his voice a low rumble. I looked down. I hadn't even felt it. A deep gash ran along my forearm, a gift from the creature's claws as I had ducked under it. It was a clean cut, already beginning to heal with the shifter's speed, but it was bleeding freely. My own crimson blood a stark contrast to the black ichor that covered my skin. Before I could react, he reached out, his large, calloused hand closing gently around my arm. His touch was surprisingly careful, his thumb brushing against the edge of the wound. A jolt, like a spark of lightning, shot up my arm. It was not a spark of attraction, but of sheer primal energy. A powerful male of the pack, the first commander, was touching me, tending to a wound. It was a gesture loaded with 1,000 unspoken meanings in our world. It was an acknowledgement, a sign of care. His scent enveloped me, iron and pine and the cold, clean smell of a winter storm. And for a dizzying moment, it was all I could sense. I pulled my arm back, not out of fear, but out of a sudden, sharp need to reassert my own space. "It is nothing," I said, my voice tight. "It will heal." He dropped his hand, his silver eyes holding mine. "Even small wounds can fester if they are not cleaned," he said, his voice flat, but his gaze was intense, analytical. He was seeing me now, not as Kaelin's mate, not as a grieving Luna, but as a warrior who had stood beside him in a fight and held her own. And perhaps he was seeing me as his alpha. I turned away from his penetrating gaze, facing the others, reasserting my command. "This is not over," I said, my voice ringing with authority in the silent clearing. "We did not come here just to kill. We came here to send a message." I pointed with my bloody knife to the largest of the dead scourged. "Silas, Rorik, string that one up from the highest branches of that old oak. Let it be seen from the valley floor." I looked at Alara. "Take the heads of the other two. We will mount them on pikes at the border markers." It was a gruesome, brutal order, a barbarian's act. It was the way of alphas. Rorik looked slightly ill, but Silas nodded grimly and drew his own heavy blade. This was the work of wolves, and he understood it. "We mark this border with their own black blood," I continued, my voice cold as ice. I walked to the great oak tree at the edge of the clearing, the one I had designated as a gibbet. I raised my knife, the one still coated in scourged blood, and I carved our pack's sigil, a snarling wolf's head silhouetted against a mountain, deep into the bark. I carved it with furious, precise strokes, the black blood smearing and filling the grooves. When I was done, I stood back. It was a stark, savage declaration. This land is ours. Cross it and die. I turned back to my patrol. They were watching me, their expressions a mixture of grim respect and awe. The sense of doubt and confusion were gone, scoured away by the sharp, clean smell of blood and victory. They were no longer a collection of uncertain individuals. They were a war party. My war party. "Let's go home," I said, my voice quiet now, the adrenaline beginning to fade, leaving a deep, bone-weary exhaustion in its place. Our work here is done. The journey back was different. We moved with a new cohesion, a new purpose. They fell into formation around me without needing to be told, their bodies a protective shield. I was no longer an outsider playing a role. I was the core of their unit. I was their alpha. As we walked, I could feel the wound on my arm knitting itself back together, the skin tingling with the rapid healing of my kind. But another deeper wound remained. The sight of those creatures, the memory of Kaylin's sacrifice, the cold reality of the decisions I had just made, they were all marks on my soul. I had marked the border with blood, and in doing so, I had marked myself, changing from the woman I had been into the queen I was forced to become. The whispers in the elder's den were waiting for me, but I would face them with the scent of enemy blood on my skin, and the weight of my first true command settling on my shoulders like a mantle of iron. I had proven myself to my warriors. Now I had to prove myself to the rest of the pack, and I knew with a chilling certainty that their tests would be far more treacherous than a fight with a few mindless beasts. Chapter 6. The Hunt Under a Shared Moon. Our return was not met with fanfare or celebration. As we passed through the eastern gate, the pack members who had gathered in the clearing fell silent. They stared, their eyes wide, their sense a confusing mix of awe, fear, and a sharp metallic tang of alarm. They saw the black bloodstains on our leathers, the grim set of our jaws, and the 2 gruesome trophies Alara carried, their severed heads held by their matted fur, their dead yellow eyes staring into nothing. They saw a war party returning from a successful kill, and they saw me at its head. I did not wait for them to ask. I walked to the center of the clearing, to the cold ashes of the pyre, and raised my voice. "The scourge tested our border," I announced, my words carrying in the still afternoon air. "They found it unbroken. They found it guarded. This plague will not find a foothold in our lands while I draw breath." I nodded to Silas and Rorik, who moved without a word to the palisade wall, mounting the severed heads on sharpened pikes on either side of the main gate. It was a savage, brutal warning. A gasp went through the crowd, a mixture of horror and a grim, primal satisfaction. This was the language of power, a language all wolves understood. Just as the murmur of the crowd began to rise, a sharp, commanding voice cut through it. "What is the meaning of this barbarism?" Elder Gareth stood at the entrance to his lodge, his face a thundercloud of righteous fury. Lucian was a step behind him, a smug, vindictive look on his face. They had been waiting. They had heard of our return, and had come to spin this victory into a defeat. "This is not our way, Michael," Gareth continued, striding into the clearing, his robe sweeping the ground. "We are not savages who display the heads of our enemies. We are the Blackwood Pack, with laws and traditions that lift us above the beasts of the forest." "The scourged are beasts," I countered, my voice dangerously calm. "And they are at our door. Would you rather I brought back the heads of our own warriors, Gareth? Would that be more in keeping with your precious traditions?" A low growl of agreement rumbled through the assembled warriors. They had lost kin to the scourged. They knew the price of weakness. Lucian stepped forward, his expression one of mock concern. "My brother's mate is changed by her ordeal," he said, his voice pitched to Carrie, dripping with false sympathy. "She has faced battle, and it has hardened her heart. Perhaps too much. A true alpha leads with wisdom, not just a bloody knife." He turned to the pack. Kaylin understood this. He knew that the pack's spirit is as important as its borders. The great hunt, which we should be preparing for, is a sacred rite, a communion with the spirits of the wood. It is not a task for a mind clouded by grief and vengeance. I saw the trap instantly. He was using my own victory against me, painting me as a bloodthirsty warmonger, unfit for the sacred duties of an alpha. The great hunt, held under the first full moon after a leader's death, was a vital tradition. It was the new alpha's duty to lead it, to prove to the pack and the spirits that they could provide, that the pack would not starve under their rule. By questioning my fitness to lead it, he was questioning the very foundation of my claim. Gareth seized on the opening. "He is right," the elder declared. "The leadership of the hunt is a sacred duty, passed from alpha to alpha. It cannot be performed by a female, especially not one so uncentered." The crowd shifted, their uncertainty a palpable thing. He was using their own faith, their deepest beliefs, as a weapon against me. They respected strength, yes, but they revered tradition. I could feel my support wavering, the respect I had earned on the border dissolving into confusion. I had to act, not with anger, not with threats. I had to meet their challenge on my own terms. I took a deep breath, letting the cold air clear my head. I looked past Lucian and Gareth, my gaze sweeping over the faces of the pack. I saw the young mothers with their pups, their faces etched with worry. I saw the old ones, their bones aching with the coming cold of winter. I saw the hunters, their bodies lean and hungry. Lucian is right about one thing, I said, my voice quiet but carrying a new weight. Every head turned toward me. Even Lucian looked surprised. Kaelin knew the pack spirit was our greatest strength. He knew a pack with full bellies, and a warm den is a pack that cannot be broken. I raised my chin, my eyes meeting the gaze of every wolf before me. And that is why we hunt tonight. A gasp went through the crowd. I had not waited for the full moon. I was accelerating the tradition, seizing the initiative. We do not hunt because the calendar dictates it, I continued, my voice rising with a passion that came from the very core of my being. We hunt because we are hungry. We hunt because our fallen alpha deserves the honor of a funeral feast. Not just a funeral pyre. We hunt to remind ourselves, and anyone watching from the shadows, that the Blackwood pack is strong. That we provide for our own, that our heart still beats, loud and fierce in the chest of every one of you. I let my gaze rest on the warriors of my patrol. We hunt to wash the foul taste of our enemy's blood away with the clean, honest hunt of our own lands. I had turned their argument on its head. I had framed the hunt not as a challenge to tradition, but as an honor to it, and to their fallen alpha. I could see it in their faces, the doubt being replaced by a glimmer of hope, of purpose. The moon will be full tonight, I declared, my voice ringing with a finality that dared them to challenge me. Gather your strength. Scent the air. We run as a pack at moonrise. We will honor Kaelin with a kill worthy of his name. I turned and walked away, not waiting for their response, leaving Lucian and Gareth standing there, their traps sprung and empty. I could feel their rage like a physical heat on my back, but I could also feel the shifting tide of the pack's spirit behind me. I had given them a direction. I had given them a purpose beyond their grief and fear. Now I had to deliver. As dusk settled, a new energy filled the den. The grim silence of morning was replaced by the low hum of preparation. Furs were oiled, blades were sharpened, and the hunters gathered in small groups, their talk low and focused, their sense sharp with anticipation. I watched from the entrance of my den, a strange sense of detachment settling over me. I had set this machine in motion, but I felt like a stranger in my own home. This was a ritual I had always watched from the side, as Luna, a supportive, secondary presence. Now I was its center. Dorian appeared at my side, as silent as a shadow. He carried 2 long, curved skinning knives in a leather roll. He didn't look at me, but stared out at the bustling clearing. "They are sharpening their claws," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Lucian has been with the elders all afternoon, whispering, sowing doubt." "Words are wind," I said, my own voice tight. "A full belly silences many doubts." "A failed hunt gives them a voice," he countered, his silver eyes finally turning to me. They were dark and serious in the fading light. "They will be looking for you to fail. Lucian, the elders, even some of the hunters. They will see any hesitation, any misstep, as proof that you are not fit." "I will not fail," I said, the words a promise to myself as much as to him. He simply grunted, a sound of acknowledgement, not agreement. He unrolled the leather, offering me one of the knives. Its handle was smooth, worn bone, its blade a sliver of dark, polished obsidian. It was a hunter's knife, not a warrior's. "The great stag has been seen near the northern ridges," he said. "The old one. The one Kaelin could never take. Cunning, fast. The pack has not tasted his like in a generation." It was a challenge, a suggestion. The great stag was a legend, a ghost of the forest. To bring it down would be a feat worthy of an alpha, a feat that would silence all but the most stubborn of my critics. To fail would be a public, humiliating disaster. Then it is the stag we will hunt, I said, taking the knife. Our fingers brushed. Again that strange jolt, a current of pure primal energy that had nothing to do with the cold evening air. His scent was strong, clean, and sharp, a stark contrast to the thick, smoky air of the den. He held my gaze for a moment longer than was necessary, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded once, turned, and strode away to join the other hunters, leaving me with the cold, hard reality of the task ahead. When the moon rose, a perfect luminous silver disk in the black sky, I stood before the pack. A hush fell. It was time. I closed my eyes and reached for the wolf. This time there was no rage, no grief driving the change. It was a calm, deliberate summoning of power. The shift was clean, fast, a seamless unfolding of bone and sinew. When I opened my eyes, the world was a symphony of silver light and shadow, and the scents of the forest were a rich, complex tapestry. I was in my white wolf form, my senses screaming with life. I threw my head back and let out a single clear howl. It was not a challenge or a cry of grief. It was a call, a summons, the pack answered. Around me, bodies twisted and reformed. The sounds of cracking bone and tearing flesh filling the air as man and woman gave way to beast. Soon the clearing was filled with a river of gray and black and silver fur, a sea of glowing eyes, all turned to me. I saw Lucian among them, a lean, mangy-looking wolf with dull brown fur. He kept to the back, his posture sullen. I saw Alara, a sleek, dark shadow, her movements fluid and economical. I saw Silas, a great gray-brindled wolf, his scarred muzzle a testament to his experience. And I saw Dorian. He was magnificent. His wolf form was not the largest, but it was the most formidable. His fur was the color of a moonless night, a pure, deep black that seemed to absorb the light. And his eyes were the same pale, startling silver, burning with a cold, intelligent fire. He stood near the front, his body a coiled spring of lethal power, and he watched me, waiting for my command. Without a sound, I turned and leaped toward the gate. The hunt had begun. We flowed through the forest, a silent, deadly river. The thunder of 100 paws on the damp earth was the only sound, a heartbeat for the pack's soul. I ran at the head, the wind streaming through my fur, the sense of the night washing over me. This was freedom. This was power. This was what it meant to be wolf. For the first time since Kaelin's death, the crushing weight of grief lifted, replaced by the pure, exhilarating joy of the run. We found the stag's trail near the northern ridges, just as Dorian had said. The scent was rich and musky, the tracks deep and clear in the soft earth. He was massive. My wolf's heart began to pound with the thrill of the chase. I gave a low, sharp bark, and the pack fanned out, falling into a classic pincer formation without a word. Ilara and her trackers would flush him out. Silas and the heavy bruisers would drive him, and I, with Dorian and the fastest runners, would be the blade that ended it. We ran for what felt like hours, a silent, coordinated dance of predators. The moon climbed higher, our shadows stretching long and black behind us. Then Alara's call came, a high, sharp yip that echoed through the trees. They had found him. He burst from a thicket of ancient oaks, a true king of the forest. He was larger than any stag I had ever seen, his antlers a crown of sharpened tines, his eyes dark and intelligent. He was not an animal driven by blind panic. He was a cunning, worthy opponent. He saw us, and instead of fleeing blindly, he chose his ground, a rocky, treacherous slope that would slow us down. The pack closed in. Silas and his wolves harried his flanks, their deep growls and snapping jaws forcing him up the slope, away from the safety of the deep woods. He was powerful, kicking out with his heavy hooves, goring one of the younger wolves who got too close. The wolf yelped, tumbling back with a bloody gash in his shoulder. The stag was tiring. his breath coming in great white plumes. He made a final, desperate break for a narrow pass between two great boulders. It was a bottleneck, a trap. This was our chance. I gave the signal, a sharp, guttural cry. From the shadows of the pass, Dorian and I exploded into view. We were on him in an instant. He reared, his great antlers slashing down, aimed at me. I dodged, my paws slipping on the loose shale, the razor-sharp tine missing my throat by an inch. Before he could strike again, Dorian was on him. He didn't go for the throat. He was too smart for that. He slammed his body into the stag's hindquarters, a brutal, calculated attack that threw the great beast off balance. Its legs buckled. It stumbled, crashing to its knees. The opening was there for only a heartbeat. I launched myself, my body a white projectile. My jaws closed around the stag's thick, muscled throat. My teeth sank deep, finding the artery. The hot, coppery taste of blood filled my mouth. He struggled, his powerful body thrashing. But Dorian was there, his own jaws clamped onto a hind leg, holding him down. We held on, a silent, deadly trinity, under the cold, watchful moon. Lowly, the stag's struggles weakened. A great shudder went through its body, and then it was still. I let go, my breath coming in ragged pants. I stood over the kill, my white fur stained crimson, and I looked at Dorian. His black coat was dark with the stag's blood, his silver eyes burning into mine. In that moment, we were not man and woman, not alpha and commander. We were two wolves, packmates, who had brought down a great beast together. A primal, unspoken understanding passed between us, a bond forged in the heat of the hunt, more powerful than any words. I lifted my head and howled. It was a sound of triumph, a declaration of victory that echoed from the stony ridges. The pack, emerging from the shadows, answered, their voices joining mine in a chorus of wild, exultant joy. We had done it. As we prepared the kill for the journey back, I caught a glimpse of Lucian's wolf form at the edge of the trees. He was watching, his posture rigid, his scent sour with thwarted ambition. This victory was a bitter poison to him. He turned and slunk back into the shadows. He was defeated, for now. But as I looked at the magnificent beast at my feet, and at the powerful, silent wolf at my side, I knew this was just one hunt, one battle. Lucian and the elders were not predators who could be met on a field of battle. They were serpents, and they were still coiled in the heart of my den, waiting for their moment to strike. Chapter 7. A Challenge Carried on the Wind. The great feast was a roaring, primal affair. A massive bonfire raged in the center of the clearing, its flames leaping high into the night, casting dancing, distorted shadows that writhed like ancient spirits. The scent of roasting meat, rich and savory, filled the air, a thick, intoxicating perfume that masked the lingering sorrow of the funeral pyre. The pack, their bellies full for the first time in days, was loud and boisterous, their voices rising in songs of old hunts and celebrated victories. Pups yelped and tumbled in the firelight, their mock fights a playful echo of the deadly seriousness of the life that awaited them. I sat on the Alpha's rock, a natural stone ledge that overlooked the clearing. It was not a throne, but a place of watching, of responsibility. Kalen had always sat here during pack gatherings, his presence a quiet, steady anchor. Tonight, the space felt vast and cold, despite the furs that had been laid for me. The pack's celebration was a wall of sound and energy, yet I felt strangely separate from it, an observer rather than a participant. My victory in the hunt had been absolute. We had returned with the great stag and 2 smaller deer, enough to feed the pack for a week. The hunters had carried the carcasses in a solemn procession, laying them at my feet in a ritualistic offering of loyalty. I had made the first cut, as was the Alpha's right, and the sight of my blood-stained fur, my jaws still red from the kill, had silenced the last of the overt dissent. No one could deny that I had provided. I had fulfilled the most ancient duty of a leader, but as I watched them now, I saw the cracks in the facade of their unity. The younger warriors, led by a jubilant Rorik who now looked at me with an almost comical level of hero worship, were retelling the story of the border skirmish with wild embellishments. Elara sat with her trackers, her expression calm and watchful, her eyes occasionally flicking toward me, a silent, steady affirmation of her support. Silas, the old warrior, sat with a group of veterans, his deep voice a low rumble as he spoke of the hunt, his words carrying the weight of his approval. They were with me, the heart of the pack's fighting strength. But the elders were a different story. They sat in a tight, grim circle near their lodge, apart from the celebration. Gareth's face was a mask of thunderous disapproval, his lips a thin white line. He ate, as was his right, but he did so with a resentful air, as if the meat were poison. Lucian was not with them. I scanned the crowd, my senses on high alert. I finally spotted him, lurking near the shadowed edges of the clearing, his movements restless and agitated. He was not celebrating. He was plotting. He spoke in low, urgent whispers to a handful of wolves who were loyal to his bloodline, their expressions sullen, their gazes resentful. He was gathering his serpents. And then there was Dorian. He did not sit with the warriors or the hunters. He stood, as he always did, apart. He leaned against one of the great oaks that ringed the clearing, his arms crossed over his broad chest, a mug of mead held loosely in one hand. He was watching the pack, his silver eyes missing nothing, his posture one of relaxed readiness. He had played his part in the hunt to perfection, a silent, deadly instrument of my will. But he had offered no words of praise, no acknowledgement of my victory beyond the brutal efficiency of the kill itself. He remained an enigma, his loyalty a question mark carved in granite. When his eyes met mine across the flickering firelight, his expression was as unreadable as ever. He gave a slow, deliberate nod, a gesture of respect, perhaps, but not of fealty. And then his gaze moved on, continuing his silent watch. A young pup, braver than the rest, scampered up the rocks to my ledge, a roasted rib clutched in her tiny fists. She stopped a few feet away, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and adoration. "Alpha," she whispered, the title a breath of sound. She held out the rib. "For you." A strange, unfamiliar warmth spread through my chest. This was not the calculated respect of a warrior, or the fearful obedience of a subordinate. This was the simple, honest offering of a child. I knelt down, bringing myself to her level. "Thank you, little one," I said, my voice softer than I had intended. I took the offering, my fingers brushing hers. She giggled, and then, her courage spent, she turned and fled back to the safety of her mother, who watched us with tears glistening in her eyes. I looked at the small, greasy bone in my hand. This was why I was doing this, for her, for the future of a pack that deserved more than to be torn apart by ambition and antiquated laws. The thought solidified my resolve, washing away the last of my doubts. The celebration wore on, the mead flowed, and the songs grew louder. The moon climbed to its zenith, bathing the clearing in a pool of ethereal silver. It was then that I sensed the shift. A new scent on the wind, carried from the west, from the direction of the Ridgeback clan's territory. It was faint, almost imperceptible beneath the thick smells of smoke and roasting meat. But my wolf recognized it instantly. It was the scent of a challenge, clean, sharp, and deliberately provocative. I stood up, my body tensing. Across the clearing, I saw Dorian straighten, his head lifting, his nostrils flaring. He had scented it too. One by one, the other senior hunters and warriors fell silent, their own senses catching the faint, intrusive odor. The joyous noise of the feast began to die down, replaced by a low, uneasy murmur. "What is it?" Silas growled, getting to his feet, his hand instinctively going to the axe at his belt. "Outsiders," Dorian said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that cut through the silence. "Two of them, crossing our border at the Whispering Falls." The Whispering Falls was a sacred place, a neutral ground used for parleys, but only by invitation. For anyone to cross there unannounced was a grave insult, a direct challenge to the Alpha's authority. Lucian and his cronies had fallen silent. their expressions a mixture of alarm and a sick, opportunistic excitement. This was it, the first external test of my rule. How I handled this would define my reign in the eyes of our neighbors and our rivals. They are not hiding their scent, Alara added, her voice sharp. She had appeared at my side, her daggers already in her hands. This is a deliberate provocation. Gareth strode forward, his face a mixture of fear and grim satisfaction. It is a sign, he proclaimed, his voice ringing with authority. The spirits of the wood are displeased. Our neighbors sense the weakness at the heart of the Blackwood pack. They see a pack led by a female, and they come to pick at our bones. A wave of fear, palpable and sickening, washed through the pack. He was using their deepest anxieties, their primal fear of weakness, to undermine me. I ignored him. I looked at Dorian, my voice steady and cold. How far? Half a league, he answered instantly. Moving slowly, they want to be met. I made my decision. There was no other choice. To ignore the challenge would be a fatal admission of weakness. To send a proxy would be seen as cowardice. I will meet them, I said, my voice cutting through the rising panic. Dorian, Alara, you are with me. I turned to Silas. Silas, you have command of the den. Secure the perimeter. No one in or out until we return. Protect the pups. The old warrior straightened, a look of fierce pride in his eyes. He slammed a fist against his chest. As you command, Alpha. Lucian stepped forward, a malicious sneer on his face. You will go yourself to meet the Ridgebacks? Their new Alpha Daemon is a brutal, bloodthirsty wolf who took his own father's throne. He will not be reasoned with. He will see a lone she-wolf and tear out your throat. Then he will find my teeth are sharper than he expects, I retorted, my gaze promising a violence that made him flinch. I turned and strode toward the western gate, not looking back to see if my commanders were following. I knew they would be. We moved through the moonlit forest, a silent, deadly trio. The festive sounds of the den faded behind us, replaced by the hoot of an owl and the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. The scent of the intruders grew stronger with every step, a sharp, musky odor of pine resin, cold stone, and male aggression. It was the scent of the Ridgeback Alpha, Daemon, and with him, his beta. They stopped, Alara whispered, her voice a breath of sound. We were close. We crested a small hill and looked down into the moon-drenched clearing of the Whispering Falls. The waterfall was a curtain of shimmering silver, its roar a constant, low thunder. And there, standing on our side of the creek that marked the border, were two massive figures. Even from a distance, I could see that Lucian had not been exaggerating. The one in the lead, Daemon, was a giant, even for a shifter. In his human form, he stood a head taller than Dorian, his shoulders a great knotted mass of muscle. His hair was the color of rust, his beard a wild, untamed thing. He was dressed in rough, uncured hides, and a massive double-headed axe was strapped to his back. His beta was smaller but wiry, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows, a cruel, predatory smile on his face. They were power incarnate, raw, brutal, and utterly confident. They had deliberately crossed our border and were waiting for us, an open display of contempt for our laws. This is not a parley, Dorian growled softly beside me, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. It's an act of war. Not yet, I said, my voice calm. It's a test. He is testing the new leadership of the Blackwood pack. He wants to see if we are prey. I looked at Dorian, then at Alara. Stay here, in the shadows. Do not show yourselves unless I give the signal. This is my challenge to answer. Dorian's jaw tightened. Alpha, that is unwise. He will not give you the courtesy of a duel. He will try to kill you where you stand. I know, I said, my eyes fixed on the two figures below. But this cannot be won with swords. Not tonight. It must be won with will. Before he could argue further, I stepped out from the cover of the trees and began to walk down the gentle slope into the clearing. I moved with a slow, deliberate grace, my head held high, my hands empty at my sides. I was not dressed for battle, but in the simple tunic and leggings I had worn to the feast. I was a queen, not a soldier, coming to meet a challenge in her own lands. Damon watched me approach, a slow, arrogant grin spreading across his face. He nudged his beta, who chuckled, a low, ugly sound. They saw a lone female walking into their grasp. They saw weakness. I stopped 10 paces from them, the roaring waterfall to my left, the creek at my back. I was on my own territory, and I would not yield another inch. I stood in silence, my gaze locked on Damon, and I waited. I let the silence stretch, forcing him to be the one to speak first. It was a small thing, a subtle play for dominance, but in meetings like this, small things mattered. Finally, he spoke, his voice a deep, gravelly boom that seemed to compete with the waterfall. I am Damon, Alpha of the Ridgeback clan. I had heard the Blackwood Alpha was dead. I did not expect to find his mate playing at being his replacement. His eyes roamed over me, a crude, dismissive appraisal. You are a long way from the nursery, little she-wolf. His beta snickered again. My wolf surged, a hot, violent wave of rage that demanded I rip the condescending sneer from his face. I forced her down, my will a cage of ice around her fury. I am Arindra, I said, my voice clear and cold, carrying easily over the roar of the water. Alpha of the Blackwood Pack, and you are trespassing in my territory, Damon. He laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Your territory? A pack without a male alpha has no territory. It has feeding grounds waiting to be claimed. I came to see if the stories were true, that the once mighty Blackwood Pack was now led by a bitch in heat. The insult was designed to provoke me into a foolish, angry attack. I did not give him the satisfaction. I held his gaze, my own expression unmoving. The Blackwood Pack is led by the strongest wolf on this mountain, I said, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. As for stories, I have heard them of you as well. They say that Alpha of the Ridgebacks is a beast who mistakes brutality for strength and noise for power. I took a deliberate step forward, my eyes never leaving his. I see now the stories were true. You are nothing but a common brute, come to bark at a border you are too cowardly to cross in a true act of war. His smile vanished, replaced by a dark flush of anger. His hand dropped to the handle of his axe. Coward, he snarled. I have killed more wolves than you have seen winters, little girl. You have killed your own father, I countered, my voice sharp as broken glass. A feat of ambition, perhaps, but not of honor. You come here in the dead of night to posture and preen before a grieving pack. Is that your idea of strength? To challenge a widow? I let the word hang in the air, a deliberate barb to shame him. He was seething, his knuckles white on his axe. His beta had stopped smiling, his own hand now resting on the hilt of a wicked-looking curved blade. The air was electric, the moment balanced on a knife's edge. Behind me in the shadows, I could feel Dorian's coiled tension, Alara's readiness. They were waiting for the signal, for the battle to begin. But I would not give it. I had to win this another way. You have come all this way, Damon, I said, my voice softening slightly, becoming almost conversational. You must have wanted something more than to trade insults. So speak, what is it you want? A war? Land? Or did you just come to smell a true alpha? To see what it is you will never be? It was a monumental gamble. I was taunting him, mocking him, but also offering him a way out. A chance to state a purpose beyond mindless aggression. I was treating him not as a monster, but as a rival alpha, however brutish. He stared at me, his chest heaving, his mind clearly warring between the instinct to kill and the unexpected challenge to his authority. He had expected fear or fury. He had not expected to be outmaneuvered with words. Finally, he ripped his hand away from his axe. He spat on the ground at my feet. You have a viper's tongue, she-wolf, he growled. Kalen was a fool to keep a thing like you as a mate. He should have put you on his council. He turned, his great back to me. This is not over. The mountains are changing. The old ways are dying. We will see whose teeth are sharpest when the snow flies. He stalked back across the creek, his beta scrambling to follow him. He did not look back. He had come for a test of strength and had found himself in a battle of wills he was not prepared for. He had lost, and he knew it. He had retreated from my territory without a drop of blood being spilled. I stood there until their scents had faded on the wind, my body trembling with the receding adrenaline. My knees felt weak. I had faced down a monster and won. Dorian and Alara emerged from the shadows, their weapons still in their hands. Alara's eyes were wide with a respect so profound it was almost worship. Dorian stopped beside me, his gaze following the path the Ridgebacks had taken. "That was a dangerous game," he said, his voice a low rumble. "War is a more dangerous one," I replied. My voice still shaky, I looked up at him, at his grim, stoic face, bathed in the silver light of the moon. "He will be back." "Yes," Dorian agreed. He looked down at me, and for the first time, I saw something in his eyes beyond the commander, beyond the soldier. It was a flicker of something personal, a deep, grudging respect. But tonight, the pack saw their alpha face down a monster and turn him away with nothing but her words. He paused, his gaze intense. And so did I. Chapter 8. The Loyalty of a Broken Oath. The aftermath of Damon's challenge was a strange, deceptive calm. The story of my confrontation at the Whispering Falls spread through the pack like wildfire, carried on the hushed, awestruck whispers of Alara. I had faced down the Ridgeback Alpha, a wolf known for his brutality, and had sent him away without bloodshed. In the eyes of many, especially the younger generation, I had performed a feat of near-mythical cunning. The victory elevated my status from a mere claimant to a leader of proven worth. The pack's scent, for the first time since Kaelin's death, began to settle. The sharp, acrid odor of fear was slowly being replaced by a tentative, earthy smell of stability, but I knew it was an illusion. The serpents in my den were not swayed by this victory, they were infuriated by it. Lucian and Gareth saw my success not as a gain for the pack, but as a consolidation of my power, a further obstacle to their own ambitions. Their whispers in the shadows grew more venomous, their plotting more furtive. They could not challenge my strength or my cunning openly now, so they would have to resort to more insidious means. I could feel their resentment like a cold draft in an otherwise warm room. In the days that followed, I threw myself into the duties of an alpha. I did not rest. I did not allow myself a moment to grieve. Grief was a luxury I could not afford. I walked the perimeter of our territory every dawn, my presence a constant, visible assertion of my claim. I sat in council with the huntmasters, my mind sharp and focused as we planned the stockpiling of food for the coming winter. I judged minor disputes between pack members. My rulings fair but firm. I was the rock. I was the stone. I was everything Kaelin had told me an alpha must be. And every night I would collapse onto the cold furs of my den, my body aching with a weariness that went deeper than muscle, my heart a hollow, empty cavern where his presence used to be. Dorian was a constant, silent fixture at my side. He was no longer just the first commander. He had become my shadow. He stood behind me in council, his presence a silent warning to any who would speak out of turn. He walked the patrols with me, his silver eyes constantly scanning the horizon, his hand never far from the hilt of his sword. He was the perfect soldier, the perfect shield. His loyalty to his duty was absolute, but his loyalty to me, to Arindra, remained a carefully guarded secret, locked away behind his stoic expression and the cold iron of his scent. He never spoke of Kaelin. He never spoke of the past. Our conversations were clipped, practical, focused entirely on the present. Patrol routes, border signs, the strength of our defenses. He built a wall of duty between us, a wall so high and so thick I did not know how to breach it, and I was not sure I wanted to. His presence was a comfort, a solid, predictable anchor in a world of shifting allegiances, but it was also a constant, painful reminder of the man he had served with such unwavering devotion. Sometimes, when he moved a certain way, or when the firelight caught the silver of his scar, my breath would catch in my throat. The ghost of Kalen so strong I could almost feel him in the room. One evening, a week after the confrontation with Damon, I was at the map table, my fingers tracing the faded lines of our territory, my mind grappling with the problem of a rock slide that had blocked one of our main hunting trails. The den was quiet, the fire crackling in the hearth, its warm light a welcome reprieve from the growing chill of the autumn nights. Dorian entered without a sound, as was his way. He placed a steaming wooden mug on the table beside my hand. It was a fragrant herbal tea, laced with honey. The scent was soothing, familiar. It was the same blend the pack healers used to calm frayed nerves and ease weary muscles. "You have not slept in 3 nights," he said, his voice a low rumble in the quiet den. It was not an accusation, but a simple statement of fact. "The Alpha does not have the luxury of sleep when the pack is unsettled," I replied, not looking up from the map. "The Alpha does not have the luxury of collapsing from exhaustion either," he countered, his tone flat. "A weary mind makes mistakes. Mistakes on the border get warriors killed." I finally looked up at him. He was standing on the other side of the table, his arms crossed, his silver eyes watching me with that unnerving, analytical intensity. He was right. I was exhausted. My body and mind stretched to their breaking point. But to admit it felt like a weakness, a concession I was not willing to make, especially not to him. "I am fine," I said, my voice sharp. He did not argue. He simply held my gaze. "Kalen used to do the same thing," he said, his voice quiet, almost reflective. "He would stand at this table for nights on end, trying to carry the weight of the entire mountain on his shoulders. He thought if he stopped, even for a moment, it would all come crashing down. The mention of Kalen's name was a physical shock. He never spoke of him. Never. My throat tightened. "And what did you say to him?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Dorian's gaze shifted to the fire, a flicker of some deep old pain in his eyes. "I told him he was a fool," he said, his voice rough. "I told him the pack's strength was not in its alpha, but in its unity. I told him to trust his commanders, his hunters, his pack, to trust me." He looked back at me, his eyes burning with a sudden, fierce intensity. He did not always listen. The air in the den grew thick, charged with unspoken history. I could see it all in my mind. The two of them, the Alpha and his commander, 2 sides of the same coin, bound by a loyalty deeper than brotherhood. And I was the outsider, the one who had taken the Alpha's place. "He trusted you with his life," I said softly. A muscle twitched in Dorian's jaw. "Yes," he said, the word clipped, "and I failed him." The self-recrimination in his voice was a raw, open wound. It was the first crack I had ever seen in his iron facade. He blamed himself for Kalen's death. He had been there, on that ridge. He had fought beside his Alpha, and he had been the one to come back alone. The weight of that failure was a ghost that haunted his every step. "You did not fail him," I said, my voice firm. "You brought back his warriors. You secured the border. You carried him home." I leaned forward, my hands flat on the map, on the world they had both sworn to protect. "His death was not your failure, Dorian. It was a sacrifice. And the greatest dishonor we could do to that sacrifice is to let this pack fall apart because we are too lost in our own grief and guilt to lead it." He stared at me, his expression unreadable, but I could smell the storm brewing within him. The scents of iron and winter were overlaid now with something sharper, more volatile, the acrid tang of grief held in check for too long. He took a step around the table, then another until he was standing beside me. He was so close I could feel the heat of his body, could see the tiny lines etched around his eyes. He looked down at the map, at the problem of the blocked trail. "The rock slide is unstable," he said, his voice all commander again. "The wall of duty slamming back into place. We cannot clear it with brute force. We will need to find another way through the western crags. It is treacherous territory, full of gullies and dead ends. Kalen knew a path, a hunter's secret. He marked it on one of his old maps. He turned and walked to a large iron-bound chest that sat in the corner of the den, a chest I had never seen Kalen open. It was his personal footlocker, containing things from his life before he was alpha. Dorian knelt and lifted the heavy lid. A faint, dusty scent of old leather and dried herbs filled the air. He reached inside and pulled out a rolled-up piece of parchment, yellowed with age. He brought it back to the table and carefully unrolled it. It was a hand-drawn map, far more detailed than the one on the table, its lines faded and worn. It depicted the western crags in intricate detail, with notes and symbols in Kalen's familiar, sharp handwriting. And there, marked with a faint, almost invisible line, was a path, a secret way. "He trusted you with this," I said, a sense of awe in my voice. And Alpha's secrets were his most valuable asset. To share them was the ultimate act of trust. "He trusted me with everything," Dorian said, his voice low and raw. He was not looking at the map. He was looking at me. And in his eyes, I saw the full, crushing weight of his broken oath. His oath had been to Kalen, to protect him, to serve him, to die for him if need be. But Kalen was gone, and the oath was now a chain, binding him to a past he could not change and a ghost he could not serve. "Dorian," I began, my voice soft. He held up a hand, cutting me off. "My oath was to the Alpha of the Blackwood Pack," he said, his voice harsh, as if the words were being torn from him. "That is the law. That is my duty." He tapped a finger on the map, on Kalen's secret path. "Tomorrow at first light I will show you the way, as is my duty." He turned and strode from the den, leaving me alone with the crackling fire, the ghost of my mate, and the map that was a testament to a loyalty so profound it had survived death itself. But as I looked at the secret path Kalen had marked, a cold realization washed over me. Dorian's loyalty was not to me, it was to the title I held, to the office. He served the Alpha, not Arindra. His oath, the one he had made to Kalen, was now a shield he used to keep me at a distance. He would serve me, he would protect me, he would even die for me, because his honor demanded it. But he would never trust me, not like he had trusted Kalen. I was the usurper, the she-wolf, who sat in his Alpha's chair, and his loyalty, the thing I needed most, was still sworn to a dead man. I had won the pack's respect. I had faced down our enemies, but I had not yet won the heart of the one wolf who mattered most, and I was beginning to fear I never would. Chapter 9. A secret buried with the dead. The air in the western crags was thin and sharp, tasting of cold stone and the high, lonely cry of an eagle. We moved in silence, a party of two, the crunch of our boots on the loose shale, the only sound in the vast, empty landscape. Dorian led the way, his big frame a dark, solid shape against the pale morning sky. He moved with a mountain goat's uncanny grace, his feet finding purchase on the treacherous, scree-covered slopes as if he were born to them. I followed a few paces behind, my own senses stretched to their limit. This was a different kind of danger than the scourged or the posturing of Damon. The crags were a place of sudden, impartial death. A misplaced step, a patch of loose rock, a sudden shift in the wind. Any of it could send a wolf, man, or beast plunging into the deep, shadow-choked ravines that scarred the mountainside. My wolf was a restless, uneasy presence under my skin. She hated this barren, open space. She longed for the deep, sheltering embrace of the forest. We were following the secret path from Kalen's map. It was not a path in the true sense of the word, but a series of almost invisible signs. A curiously shaped rock, a lightning-scarred juniper tree, a subtle dip in the landscape that hinted at solid ground. It was a path that could only be followed by someone who knew it by heart, someone who had walked it many times before. Kalen had walked it, and he had shown it to Dorian. The thought was a constant, low thrum beneath the surface of my concentration. This was their place, their secret. I was an intruder here. Dorian stopped, holding up a hand. We were on a narrow ledge, the mountain wall on one side, a sheer 1,000-foot drop on the other. "Wait here," he commanded, his voice low. He pointed to a section of the cliff face ahead. "The footing is unstable. I will check it." He moved forward alone, his body pressed flat against the rock, his fingers searching for holds in the granite. He was a creature of pure, focused competence. I watched him, a strange mixture of admiration and a deep, unsettling awareness churning in my gut. Here, in the raw, untamed wilderness, stripped of our titles and our pack, we were just two shifters, a male and a female. His scent was clean and sharp in the thin air, a potent mix of iron and cold stone. And something else, something uniquely his, that my wolf was intensely, unnervously aware of. It was a distraction I could not afford. He reached the other side of the treacherous section and turned, signaling for me to follow. As I made my way across, my own fingers searching for the same holds, my boot slipped on a patch of loose gravel. My heart leaped into my throat as my weight shifted, pulling me off balance. For a terrifying second, I was falling. Before I could even cry out, a hand like an iron vise shot out and clamped around my forearm, yanking me back against the solid rock. It was Dorian. He had moved with a speed that was almost supernatural, covering the distance between us in a single fluid motion. His body was a wall of heat and strength, pinning me to the cliff face. His other hand was splayed against the rock beside my head, caging me in. "Careful," he growled, his voice a low vibration that I felt through the stone. His face was inches from mine, his silver eyes burning with a sudden, fierce intensity. The scent of him was overwhelming, filling my senses, short-circuiting my thoughts. I could feel the hard, unyielding muscle of his chest against my shoulder, the warmth of his breath on my cheek. The world seemed to stop. The wind died. The cry of the eagle faded. There was only the sound of my own frantic heartbeat and the low, steady rhythm of his breathing. The commander, the soldier, the stoic shield, all of it fell away in that moment, and I saw the wolf. It was there, in the depths of his eyes, a raw primal force, ancient and powerful, and it was watching me with a terrifying, possessive focus. My own wolf rose to meet the challenge, a hot, dangerous current of energy surging through me. It was not fear. It was something far more complicated, something that both thrilled and terrified me. Our scents mingled in the small space between us, a volatile, unspoken conversation, a challenge, an awareness, a question. The moment stretched, taut and fragile as a spider's thread. Then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. He blinked, and the wolf receded, the iron wall of his control slamming back into place. He released my arm and stepped back, putting a careful, deliberate distance between us. The air rushed back into my lungs, cold and sharp. "The shale is loose here," he said, his voice once again flat, devoid of emotion. He turned and continued up the path as if nothing had happened. But something had happened. A line had been crossed, a current had been touched, and we had both felt the shock of it. I stood there for a long moment, my hand pressed against the cold rock to steady myself, my body trembling with a reaction I did not understand and did not want to examine too closely. Then, my jaw tight with a new, unfamiliar tension, I followed him. We reached the top of the crags as the sun reached its zenith. From here, we could see our entire territory spread out below us like one of Kalen's maps, a vast rolling sea of green and gold. To the south, the blighted lands were a dark, ugly smear on the horizon. To the west, the jagged peaks of the Ridgeback Mountains pierced the sky. It was a beautiful, brutal, and deeply lonely view. Dorian was not looking at the view. He was staring at a small, cairn-like pile of stones near the edge of the cliff. It was an old grave marker, weathered by wind and time. There were no markings on it, no name. "What is this?" I asked, my voice still a little shaky. This is the path, he said, his voice quiet. He walked over to the grave and knelt, his large hand resting gently on the topmost stone. This is why Kaylin brought me here. He looked up at me, and the pain in his eyes was so raw, so profound it stole the breath from my lungs. This is my sister's grave, he said, the words heavy as the stones themselves. I was stunned into silence. I had known Dorian for years, but I had known nothing of his life before he came to our pack. He was simply Dorian, the commander, a man who seemed to have been forged in battle, with no past, no family. Her name was Lyra, he said, his gaze fixed on the stones, his voice a low, rough murmur of memory. She was like you, fierce, stubborn. She did not bow to anyone. A faint ghost of a smile touched his lips, a sad, fleeting thing. She was born a shifter, in a small, nameless pack far to the east. Our alpha was a cruel, paranoid tyrant. He saw her spirit not as a strength, but as a threat to his rule. He picked up a small, flat stone, turning it over and over in his calloused fingers. She fell in love with a hunter from a human village, a forbidden love. They planned to run away together, but the alpha found out. He invoked the old savage laws. He declared her a traitor to her blood. He made an example of her. The words hung in the cold, thin air, their meaning a chilling echo of Gareth and Lucian's threats. The right of proving, an execution disguised as law. He hunted her down, Dorian continued, his voice thick with a grief that time had not dulled. I was just a boy, a young warrior. I tried to stop him. I fought, but I was not strong enough. He looked up, and his silver eyes were bleak, haunted wastelands. I watched him kill her, right here. On this mountain, he left her body for the carrion birds. My heart ached for the boy he had been, for the man he had become, forged in the crucible of that unspeakable trauma. Dorian? I whispered, my voice thick with an emotion I could not name. I buried her myself, he said, his voice flat, all emotion locked away again. And that night, I went to the Alpha's den, and I returned the favor. Then I walked away. I walked for a year, a lone wolf, a ghost with no pack. Until I found a new one. A pack led by a young, strong alpha who judged a wolf by his strength and his loyalty, not by the ghost that haunted him. Kaylin, he had given Dorian a home, a purpose. He had given him a new oath to replace the one that had been broken in blood on this very mountain. And I finally understood. I understood the depth of his loyalty to Kaylin, the iron core of his devotion. Kaylin had not just been his alpha, he had been his salvation. And I understood his silence, his distance. To him, I was not just a new leader. I was a she-wolf with a fierce, stubborn spirit, a spirit that reminded him of the sister he had lost. My defiance, my challenge to the old ways, was a terrifying echo of a past he could never escape. He was not afraid I would fail. He was terrified I would succeed, only to be struck down by the same brutal, hidebound traditions that had murdered his sister. He saw her in you, he said, his voice so low I could barely hear it over the wind. The first time he brought you to the den, he told me, she has the fire of a wolf who will not be caged. He finally looked at me, his eyes filled with a storm of conflicting emotions. He admired it, I feared it. The confession laid him bare. His doubt, his disapproval, his constant, watchful assessment of me. It had never been about my ability to lead. It had been about his fear of losing someone else he cared about to the savagery of our world. The realization was a blow to the heart, a revelation so profound it shifted the very ground beneath my feet. Your oath was to Kaylin, I said softly, understanding dawning in my mind. But your fear is for me. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. I saw the truth of it in his eyes. He stood up, towering over me, his shadow falling across me. He was still my commander, my shield, but the wall between us was gone, shattered by the weight of a secret buried with the dead. "The council will not stop," he said, his voice a low, urgent warning. "They will use the right. They will try to kill you with the law, just as he killed her." "I know," I said, my own voice steady, my resolve hardened by his story. "But I am not your sister, Dorian. I will not be a victim of their laws. I will be the one who breaks them." I reached out, my hand covering his where it rested on the grave marker. His skin was rough, calloused, but warm. A current, strong and undeniable, passed between us. It was not the fleeting primal spark from the ledge. It was something deeper, something forged in shared pain and a new, terrifying understanding. It was the beginning of trust. He looked down at my hand on his expression unreadable. Then slowly he turned his hand over and curled his fingers around mine. His grip was strong, solid, a silent promise, an oath not of a soldier to his alpha, but of a wolf to his packmate, a promise that this time he would not fail, this time he would be strong enough. We stood there for a long time, on the lonely peak of the mountain, our hands clasped over the grave of a ghost. The wind whipped around us, carrying the scent of a coming storm. The fight with the council was far from over. The threat of Damon still loomed in the west, but for the first time since Kaelin's death, I did not feel entirely alone. The wolf at my side was no longer just a commander bound by a broken oath. He was an ally, and his loyalty, finally freed from the ghost of the past, was a weapon I would desperately need in the battles to come. Chapter 10. The loneliness of the first howl. The journey down from the western crags was a descent into a different world. The silence between us was no longer the heavy, awkward quiet of a commander and his reluctant alpha, but the deep, resonant silence of a shared and terrible secret. We moved with the same efficiency, the same economy of motion, but something fundamental had shifted. When my boot slipped on a patch of wet moss, his hand was there, steadying my elbow, his touch brief and impersonal, yet charged with a new, unspoken meaning. It was not the reactive grab of a protector, but the instinctive gesture of a partner. I saw not a soldier bound by duty, but a wolf who had decided, finally and irrevocably, where he stood. He was no longer a ghost of Kaelin's loyalty. He was Dorian, and the weight of his past, the story of his sister buried under a cairn of stones, had become a part of my own story, a heavy, strengthening stone in the foundation of my reign. I looked at the hard, unyielding line of his jaw, the grim set of his mouth, and I saw not a subordinate, but an equal, an ally whose spirit had been forged in the same fires of grief and defiance that now threatened to consume me. As we re-entered the forested lands of our territory, the thin, clean air of the mountains gave way to the rich, familiar sense of pine and damp earth. The pack. Home. But the sense of peace that usually came with it was absent. A knot of apprehension was tightening in my belly. My wolf paced, her senses on high alert, tasting a wrongness on the wind that had nothing to do with scourged or ridgebacks. It was the scent of internal decay, the smell of a trap being set. Dorian felt it too. I saw his shoulders tense, his hand dropping to rest on the pommel of his sword. He scanned the trees, his silver eyes missing nothing. The forest was too quiet. The normal sounds of life, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, were absent. The silence was not peaceful, it was watchful. When we broke through the last line of trees into the main clearing, we saw why. The pack was assembled. All of them. They were not gathered for a feast or a council, but stood in a wide, uneasy semicircle, their faces turned toward the Alpha's den. My den. They were waiting for me. In the center of the formation stood Elder Gareth, his ceremonial robes a stark white against the drab colors of the pack. Lucian was at his side, his arms crossed, a look of smug, venomous triumph on his face. He looked like a jackal who had finally cornered a lion. My blood ran cold. This was it. The ambush was not on a trail or in a ravine. It was here, in the heart of my home. It would seem, I murmured to Dorian, my voice dangerously soft, "that the serpents have grown bold enough to leave their nest." "They have," he growled, his voice a low, menacing vibration. He took a step forward, intending to place himself between me and them, a living shield. I put a hand on his arm, stopping him. His muscle was like stone beneath my palm. "No, Kites," I said, my gaze locked on Gareth. "This is not a battle to be won with swords. I will face this myself. But I want you to stand with me. Not in front of me. Beside me." He looked down at me, his silver eyes searching my face. I saw the conflict there, the instinct to protect warring with the need to obey. After a long, tense moment, he gave a single, sharp nod. He fell into place at my side, a formidable, silent presence, and together we walked into the clearing. A path parted for us as we approached, the pack members shifting away, their eyes downcast, their sense thick with fear and uncertainty. They would not meet my gaze. They were a flock of sheep, caught between two wolves, and they were terrified of choosing the wrong one. Gareth waited until we had stopped before him. He raised his hands, a gesture of peace that was utterly false. "Erindra," he said, his voice resonating with a feigned paternalistic sorrow. "We are glad you have returned safely. The pack has been concerned." "I can see that," I said, my voice cold as the stone beneath my feet. "What is the meaning of this gathering, Gareth? Has our victory over the Ridgebacks so quickly been forgotten that you feel the need to greet your alpha with the atmosphere of a public execution?" A ripple of unease went through the crowd. My words were a sharp reminder of the victory they had so recently celebrated, a victory that this gathering was intended to undermine. Gareth's expression tightened. "Your victory was one of words, of cunning, a female's victory," he said, his tone dismissive. "But the spirits of the wood are not swayed by clever tongues. The ancestors demand a trial of strength, of blood, of spirit. They see a pack whose line of succession has been broken, and they are displeased." He was doing it. Right here, in front of everyone. He was invoking their faith as his weapon. "The traditions are clear," he continued, his voice rising, taking on the cadence of a preacher. "When the bloodline is broken, when the claim to the Alpha's rock is born of chaos and not of law, the claimant must be tested. The pack must be purified. The leadership must be legitimized through the right of proving." He shouted the last words, and they hung in the air, a declaration of war. A wave of gasps and terrified whispers swept through the pack. The right of proving, the ancient brutal death sentence. It was no longer a secret threat whispered in the shadows. It was a formal challenge. Before I could even speak, a roar of pure, unrestrained rage erupted from my side. "No!" Dorian's voice was a thunderclap, a physical blow that made the pack flinch. He took a step forward, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his face a mask of such lethal fury that even Gareth took an involuntary step back. "This is not law. This is a coward's plot to murder your alpha behind the shield of a dead tradition." He turned, his burning silver eyes sweeping over the cowering pack. "Have you forgotten?" She faced down the scourged. She hunted the great stag. She turned away the Ridgeback Alpha without spilling a single drop of our own blood. She has proven herself a dozen times over, with her claws and with her wits. And you would subject her to this abomination? His outburst was stunning. The pack had only ever seen Dorian as a silent, stoic commander. To see him now, erupting with such raw, passionate fury in my defense, was a shock that shattered their complacency. He was not just my commander, he was my champion. His loyalty was no longer a question. It was a roaring, undeniable fire. Lucian, seeing his plan beginning to unravel in the face of Dorian's fury, stepped forward. "The commander forgets his place," he sneered, though he was careful to keep a safe distance. "His loyalty was to my brother. Perhaps that loyalty has been misplaced, clouded. The rite is not a murder plot. It is a sacred trial, a chance for Erindra to prove that her claim is blessed by the spirits, not just born of a moment of grief-stricken madness. If she is truly worthy, what has she to fear? It was a clever, poisonous question. He was painting me as afraid, as unworthy. He was giving me no choice. To refuse now would be to admit my own weakness, to confirm their accusations. I placed a calming hand on Dorian's arm once more. I could feel the tremors of rage running through him. "He is right," I said, my voice clear and calm. Dorian turned to me, his eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning horror. "Erindra, no, you don't know what they are. They are designed to be impossible. It is a lie." The memory of his sister was a raw, open wound in his voice. "I know what they are," I said, my gaze fixed on Gareth and Lucian. I saw the flicker of triumph in their eyes. They thought they had me. They thought I was walking into their trap. I let them believe it. I stepped forward, leaving Dorian's side, and faced the pack. I raised my voice, ensuring every wolf, from the youngest pup to the oldest elder, could hear my words. I stood on the ashes of my mate's pyre, and I made a claim, I began, my voice ringing with a strength I did not know I possessed. I did not do it for power. I did not do it for glory. I did it for you, for the pack, because I would not see Kaelin's legacy handed to a wolf who values a title more than the lives of his kin. I shot a look of pure contempt at Lucian, who flinched. "You are a pack divided," I continued, my voice softening, becoming the voice of a leader, not a warrior. "You are afraid. You look at me, and you see a tradition broken. You listen to the whispers of cowards, and you doubt. Your spirit is weak, and a weak spirit is a wound that will attract predators far more dangerous than the scourged." I swept my gaze over all of them, my heart aching at their fear, at their confusion. The right of proving is a relic of a savage past. It is a tool for tyrants and a weapon for plotters. But if my pack's faith can only be forged in blood and pain, then I will pay the price. I turned back to Gareth, my eyes burning with a cold, white-hot fire. "I accept your challenge," I declared, my voice echoing in the stunned silence. "I will undergo your rite of proving. I will face your impossible trials. I will walk through your fire, and I will be cleansed or I will be consumed. But know this." I took a step closer, my voice dropping to a low, menacing promise. "When I emerge from that fire, there will be no more whispers. There will be no more division. There will be one pack, one law, and one alpha, and anyone who stands against that unity will be burned to ash." The finality of my words was a judgment. I had not just accepted their challenge. I had turned it into my own weapon. I had made it a crucible not just for me, but for the entire pack. They would witness my trials, and at the end, they would be forced to choose. There would be no more middle ground. Gareth, for the first time, looked uncertain. He had expected me to refuse, to fight, to give him grounds to declare me an illegitimate usurper. He had not expected me to embrace the sacrificial fire with such fervor. I turned my back on them all and walked toward my den, my head held high. Dorian fell into step beside me, his fury now a silent, grim resolve. We walked through the parting sea of our pack, the weight of their silent judgment following us. Inside the den, the silence was suffocating. I walked to the hearth, my body suddenly trembling, the adrenaline of the confrontation draining away, leaving a vast, cold emptiness in its place. I had just signed my own death warrant. "You cannot do this," Dorian said, his voice a raw, ragged whisper. He stood in the center of the room, his big frame seeming to shrink under the weight of his fear. "Erindra, they will kill you." "They will try," I said, my back still to him. I looked into the flames, but I did not see their warmth. I saw Lyra. I saw his sister, defiant and fierce, being hunted down by the laws that were now being aimed at me. "I will not let them," he snarled. "We can fight. The warriors will follow me. We can take the den by force. Put an end to this now." "And rule over a pack that sees us as tyrants?" I asked, turning to face him. "A pack forever broken by a civil war? That is not leadership, Dorian. That is just another form of destruction." I walked toward him, my heart aching at the torment in his eyes. "You told me Kaelin's mistake was trying to carry the mountain alone. You told him to trust his pack. This is how I earn their trust, by showing them I am willing to sacrifice everything for it. There is no honor in suicide, he bit out, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. It is not suicide if I do not intend to die, I said, a flicker of my own wolf's feral defiance rising in me. I reached out and placed my hand on his chest, over his heart. I could feel its frantic, powerful beat against my palm. You feared for me because you saw your sister in me, but I am not her. I will not be a victim, and I am not alone. I have you. He looked down at my hand, then up at my face, his expression a maelstrom of fear, grief, and a fierce protective loyalty that was so profound it was almost painful to behold. He covered my hand with his grip tight, desperate. I will not lose you too, he whispered, the words a broken oath, a prayer. That night, I could not stay in the den. The walls felt like they were closing in, the air thick with the ghosts of the past and the specter of the future. I needed the sky. I needed the wind. I slipped out into the silent, moonlit night and made my way to the high bluffs that overlooked the entire valley, a place where Kaylin and I had often gone to watch the stars. I stood on the edge of the world, the wind whipping through my hair, tearing at my cloak. The pack was a scattering of dim lights below, a sleeping beast, unaware of the storm raging in its leader's heart. The weight of it all, Kaylin's death, the pack's fear, Damon's threat, the council's treachery, Dorian's pain, and the impossible trials that awaited me. It was a physical burden, a mountain on my shoulders that threatened to crush me. And for the first time since the pyre, I let myself feel it, all of it. The grief I had suppressed, the rage I had contained, the fear I had denied. It rose in me, a tidal wave of pure, raw emotion. My human throat could not contain it. I let the wolf rise, the shift a painful, explosive release. In my white wolf form, I lifted my head to the cold, indifferent moon, and I howled. It was not the howl of command I had given in the den. It was not the howl of triumph I had given over the stag. This was a sound torn from the deepest, most wounded part of my soul. It was a howl of utter, profound loneliness. It was a cry of grief for my lost mate, a scream of rage at the injustice of my fate, a lament for the woman I had been and could never be again. It was the sound of a queen, alone on her throne of rock and sorrow, steeling herself for a war she might not survive. The sound echoed through the valley, over the sleeping den, a long, mournful, and utterly defiant cry. When the last echo faded, leaving only the sigh of the wind, I stood in silence, my body trembling, my spirit scoured clean. I was empty, and I was ready. A faint sound behind me, the soft crunch of a boot on stone. I did not need to turn. I knew his scent. I knew his presence. Dorian had followed me. He did not speak. He did not touch me. He simply came and stood a few feet away, a solid, dark shape in the moonlight, his own gaze fixed on the valley below. He stood watch. He stood guard over my loneliness. He had heard my howl, and he had understood every unspoken word within it. He was not there to offer comfort. He was there to share the burden. He was there to ensure that while I may be lonely, I would not be alone. Chapter 11. A touch that burns like frost. The first trial was announced at dawn. Gareth, his face a mask of solemn piety that did not quite conceal the glint of triumph in his eyes, stood on the elder's rock and pronounced the judgment. His voice, amplified by the natural acoustics of the clearing, boomed with an authority he had not possessed since my claim. The pack, gathered and silent, listened with a mixture of dread and a grim, morbid fascination. The spirits demand a test of the body, he declared. To lead the pack, an alpha must possess a strength that transcends the mere physical. They must be able to endure the mountain's fury, to survive where lesser wolves would perish. The first trial will be the trial of the frozen stream. A collective gasp went through the pack. The frozen stream was a torrent of ice melt that flowed down from the highest, most inaccessible peaks of our territory. Even in the height of summer, its water was cold enough to steal the breath and numb the limbs in seconds. Now, with the first deep chill of autumn settling over the mountains, it would be a thing of liquid ice, a current of death. The claimant, Gareth continued, his gaze finding me where I stood at the entrance of my den, will enter the stream at the base of the sunken falls and emerge at the Serpent's Stone, a quarter league downstream. She must do so in her human form, for it is the endurance of the flesh, not the protection of the fur, that is being tested. She will do this at sunrise tomorrow. The spirits will be watching. He was not just trying to kill me. He was trying to humiliate me, to break me in a way that had nothing to do with claws and teeth, to force me, naked and vulnerable, into a trial that would strip away my strength layer by layer, leaving me a shivering, helpless creature at their mercy. I simply nodded, my expression unreadable. I would not give him the satisfaction of my fear, but fear was there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach. The wolf within me snarled, her primal instinct screaming at the sheer suicidal folly of it. Fur was our protection, our armor. To face the killing cold without it was to invite death. The day passed in a blur of tense, suffocating quiet. The pack avoided me, their eyes skittering away when I passed. They were already treating me like a ghost, a dead wolf walking. Only Alara and Silas sought me out, their expressions grim, their words of support blunt and heartfelt, but offering little comfort against the cold reality of what I faced. Dorian was a storm cloud of suppressed violence at my side. He said nothing, but his silence was a roaring inferno. His scent was a thick, suffocating miasma of iron and rage. I could feel the effort it took him to keep his wolf leashed, to not simply tear Gareth limb from limb and be done with it. He followed me everywhere, a silent, grim-faced guardian, and his coiled fury was both a comfort and a burden. As evening fell, he came to me in the den. The fire was burning high in the hearth, but it did little to chase away the chill that seemed to have settled deep in my bones. He carried a heavy clay pot, from which a rich, savory steam was rising. "You must eat," he said, his voice a low, rough command. He ladled a thick, meaty stew into a bowl. It was rich with herbs known to promote warmth and stamina, fire root and sun thistle. I shook my head, my stomach churning. "I have no hunger." "This is not a request," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. He set the bowl on the table in front of me. "Your body will need fuel to fight the cold. Every bit of strength will matter. Eat." I knew he was right. I forced myself to eat. The warm, rich food, a small act of defiance against the icy fate that awaited me. We ate in silence, the only sounds the crackle of the fire and the scrape of our spoons against the wooden bowls. When I was finished, he took the bowl and set it aside. He looked at me, his silver eyes dark and serious in the flickering firelight. "There is a way," he began, his voice low, conspiratorial. "There are caves hidden behind the sunken falls. Kaelin showed them to me once. They are warmed by a deep spring. If you can reach them, you can rest, regain your strength, before continuing. The entrance is small, hidden by a curtain of rockweed, 10 paces to the left of the main torrent." He was offering me a secret, a way to cheat, a way to survive. The temptation was a sweet, insidious poison, but I knew I could not take it. "Gareth will have watchers, I said, my voice flat. "He is not a fool. He will expect me to look for a way out. They will see." "They will not see me," he countered, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "I will be there, in the shadows. I will deal with any watchers. No one will know." I looked at him, at the fierce, desperate loyalty burning in his eyes. He was willing to risk everything, his position, his honor, his life, to save Ma. The knowledge was a warmth that spread through my chest, a fire far more potent than the one in the hearth, but it was a fire that could consume us both. "No," I said, my voice gentle but firm. "I must do this myself, Dorian. I must do it in front of them all. If I am seen to cheat, if there is even a whisper of doubt about my victory, then I have already lost. The pack must see me endure this. They must see me overcome it. Without tricks, without aid. I reached across the table, my hand covering his. I need you to be my commander, not my co-conspirator. I need to know that if I fall, the pack will have a warrior of honor to guide them, not a disgraced exile. He stared at our joined hands, a muscle working in his jaw. The struggle within him was a visible, painful thing. His duty was to his alpha, and his alpha was ordering him to stand by and watch her walk into what he believed was certain death. "Then I will be there," he said finally, his voice raw. He turned his hand over, his fingers lacing with mine. "I will be there to pull your body from the water, one way or the other." His words were grim, but they were also a promise. He would not let me be swept away, my body lost to the current. He would bring me home. The thought was a small, cold comfort. Later that night, unable to sleep, I stood on the Alpha's rock, looking out over the sleeping den. The moon was a sharp silver sliver in a sky full of cold, indifferent stars. The air was bitingly cold, a foretaste of the trial to come. He came to me, as I knew he would. He stood beside me, not speaking, his presence a solid, reassuring weight in the lonely darkness. "Tell me about the cold," I said, my voice quiet. "As a soldier, not as a man who is afraid for me. I need to understand it, what it does." He was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the distant snow-dusted peaks. "It is a liar," he said finally, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "At first, it is honest. The pain is sharp. A fire that burns your skin. It makes you want to fight, to move, to generate heat. But then, it changes. The pain fades. A deep, pleasant warmth begins to spread through your limbs. It feels like a relief. It feels like victory." He turned to look at me, his eyes dark and serious. "That is the most dangerous moment," he said. "That is the cold, whispering to you, telling you to rest, to sleep. It feels like a friend, offering you comfort. But if you listen, if you stop moving, it will steal the life from you so gently, you will not even notice you are dying." His words were a chilling, practical lesson in survival, and I listened, memorizing every word. "You must not stop moving," he continued, his voice urgent. "No matter how much you want to, your mind will tell you to rest. You must not listen. You must hold on to one thought, one image, something that burns, something that reminds you that you're alive and that you must stay that way." "The pack," I whispered. "No," he said, his voice surprisingly sharp. "The pack is an idea. You need something real, something primal, a memory, a person, an enemy." He took a step closer, his gaze intense. "You must find your fire, Arindra, and you must not let the ice put it out." We stood in silence for a long time after that, the cold wind whipping around us. Just before I turned to go back to the den, to try and get a few hours of fitful rest, he spoke again, his voice so low I almost didn't hear him. "Lyra," he said, the name a ghost on the wind. "She loved the first snow of winter. She said it made the world clean." It was the only other thing he had ever told me about his sister, a small, perfect, heartbreaking detail. And I knew then what he was doing. He was giving me a piece of his own pain, his own fire, to carry with me into the water. The dawn was the color of a fresh bruise, all purple and sullen gray. The air was so cold it hurt to breathe. The entire pack was assembled at the base of the sunken falls, their breath pluming in the frigid air. The falls themselves were a roaring, deafening cascade of water that slammed into a deep, churning pool, the spray freezing instantly on the black, wet rocks, coating them in a layer of treacherous, slick ice. The stream that flowed from the pool was a fast, angry torrent of black water, choked with slushy, half-frozen ice flows. It looked not like a stream, but like a river flowing out of the underworld. Gareth stood on a high rock, his expression grimly pious. Lucian was beside him, a barely concealed smirk on his face. They were here to watch me die. I stripped off my heavy fur cloak, my tunic, my leggings, until I was naked in the biting wind. The cold was a physical blow, 1,000 tiny needles stabbing into my skin. A collective horrified gasp went through the pack. They had never seen an alpha so vulnerable. Dorian stood at the water's edge, his face a mask of stone, but I could see the torment in his eyes, the violent tremor in his clenched fists. I met his gaze, and in that moment, we were the only two people in the world. I gave him a single small nod. I will not fail. Then, before my courage could desert me, I turned and walked into the water. The shock of it was absolute. It was not cold. It was a solid wall of pain, so intense it drove the air from my lungs in a strangled gasp. It was a living, malevolent thing, a predator that sank its teeth into my flesh and tried to rip the life from me. My heart hammered against my ribs, my muscles spasming violently. For a terrifying second, my mind went blank, wiped clean by the sheer, overwhelming agony. Find your fire. Dorian's voice, in my head, a lifeline. I grit my teeth, the sound a harsh grate of bone on bone. I forced my legs to move, to push off the rocky bottom into the main current. The torrent seized me, pulling me under, tumbling me head over heels in the black, icy chaos. I fought my way to the surface, gasping, my head breaking the water with a spray of ice. The current was a monster, powerful and relentless. It slammed me against rocks, their sharp edges tearing at my skin. It sucked me under, its icy grip suffocating. I fought. I clawed my way to the surface again and again. My arms and legs were already growing numb, clumsy, the burning pain was beginning to fade, just as Dorian had said it would, replaced by a dull, heavy ache. Move. The word was a silent scream in my mind. I forced my arms to pull, my legs to kick. I was not swimming, I was just surviving, trying to keep my head above the deadly water. I could see the pack on the bank, a blur of silent, watching faces. I could see Gareth, his expression unreadable. I could see Dorian, a dark, unmoving statue of dread. The cold was seeping into my bones now, into the very marrow. My movements were becoming sluggish. A strange, peaceful lethargy was creeping over me. The water didn't feel so cold anymore. The roar of the falls was fading into a gentle hum. It would be so easy to just stop, to let the current take me, to rest. Lyra. She loved the first snow. The thought was a jolt, a spark of heat in the encroaching ice. Dorian's pain, his loss, the fire of his grief. I clung to it. I thought of his sister, fierce and defiant, and I found a new strength. I would not end up like her. I would not be a victim of their savage laws. I began to fight again, my movements clumsy but desperate. I saw the serpent's stone ahead, a great black fang of rock jutting out from the bank. It was so close, but it was a world away. My limbs were leaden, my vision starting to blur at the edges. The pleasant warmth Dorian had warned me about was beginning to spread through my chest. It felt wonderful. No, this time. The voice was my own. It was the wolf. She was there, in the deepest part of my mind, a core of unquenchable heat. She could not lend me her fur, but she could lend me her will. We do not die here, she snarled. We do not give them the satisfaction. I focused all my remaining strength into one final, desperate push. My fingers, numb and clumsy as blocks of wood, scraped against the rough, icy surface of the serpent's stone. I got a hold. I clung to it, the current trying to tear me away. With a final agonized groan, I hauled myself out of the water, collapsing onto the frozen bank. A shivering, bleeding, half-drowned creature. I lay there gasping, my body shaking with uncontrollable tremors. I had done it. I had survived. I pushed myself up onto my hands and knees, my head hanging, water and blood dripping from my hair onto the snow-dusted ground. And then I felt a presence beside me. A heavy fur cloak, warm and smelling of pine and iron and Dorian, was draped over my shaking shoulders. I looked up. He was kneeling beside me, his face a tempest of emotions. Relief so profound it was almost painful. A raw, naked tenderness, and a fury that was terrifying to behold. He didn't speak. He simply reached out, his hand, large and warm, cupping the side of my face. His thumb stroked my frozen cheek with a gentleness I would not have believed him capable of. It was a touch that should have been a comfort, but it was so filled with a fierce, possessive relief that it burned like frost, a stark, shocking intimacy in front of the entire pack. I looked past him. I saw the pack, their faces a mixture of stunned disbelief and a dawning, grudging awe. I saw Lucian, his face pale with shock and thwarted rage. And I saw Gareth, his expression of pious authority completely gone, replaced by the naked, fearful look of a man who has just seen a ghost walk out of its own grave. I had survived their trial, and in doing so, I had just become more dangerous to them than they could ever have imagined. Chapter 12. The Serpent's Fangs Revealed. The aftermath of the first trial was not a victory celebration, but a profound, unnerving silence. As Dorian helped me to my feet, my body racked with violent, uncontrollable shivers. The pack parted before us like a receding tide. They stared, their eyes wide with a new, unsettling emotion. It was not just respect for my endurance. It was fear. They had witnessed something that defied their understanding of the natural order. They had expected to see a victim, a sacrifice to their ancient laws. Instead, they had seen their alpha emerge from a river of death, battered but unbroken and wrapped in the fierce, possessive protection of their first commander. Dorian's touch, that single, intimate gesture of cupping my face, had been a declaration as potent as any howl. It was not the act of a soldier tending to his leader. It was the act of a male claiming what was his. In that moment, in front of everyone, he had drawn a line in the snow, a line that separated us from the rest of the pack, and dared anyone to cross it. The pack had seen it, and so had Gareth and Lucian. The look in their eyes had shifted from triumphant certainty to a new, venomous calculation. They had tried to isolate me, to make me a pariah. Instead, they had forged a bond between their two greatest threats. Dorian half carried me back to the den, his body a furnace of warmth against my frozen flesh. His arm was a band of iron around my waist, his grip unyielding. He did not speak, his jaw set in a grim, furious line. His scent was a whirlwind of rage, relief, and a dark, protective possessiveness that was both terrifying and deeply comforting. He was my shield, my anchor, and in that moment, the only thing keeping me from collapsing into a heap of trembling exhaustion. Inside the den, he guided me to the hearth, where a roaring fire had been prepared. He stripped the sodden cloak from my shoulders and wrapped me in a pile of thick, dry furs that had been warming by the flames. The gentle heat was agonizing at first, my numb skin screaming as the feeling returned in a wave of pins and needles, but slowly, the deep, life-threatening chill began to recede. He worked with a silent, brusque efficiency, his movements economical and precise. He poured a mug of hot, spiced broth and pressed it into my shaking hands. He tended to the cuts and bruises that covered my body, his touch surprisingly gentle as he cleaned the wounds with a soft cloth and applied a healing salve. He did all this without a word, his face a mask of stone, but I could feel the tremor of restrained emotion in his hands. He was treating me not as his alpha, but as something fragile, something precious that had almost been broken. "They will not stop," I said, my voice a hoarse, chattering whisper. My teeth would not stop clicking together. "This was only the first. The next will be worse." "I know," he growled, his back to me as he stoked the fire. The muscles in his shoulders bunched like coiled springs. "The next will be a trial of the spirit, or the mind, something subtle, something they can twist." He turned, his silver eyes burning with a cold, lethal fire. "They know they cannot break your body, so now they will try to break your soul." "Let them try," I whispered, clutching the warm mug, its heat a small, brave soldier fighting the army of cold in my veins. He came and knelt before me, taking my free hand in both of his. His hands were large and warm, his calloused skin a rough, comforting contrast to my own. "You are not alone in this, Erindra," he said, his voice a low, intense rumble. He used my name, the sound of brand on the quiet air. Their fight is with you, but their war is now with me. His words were a vow, an oath sworn not to a title, but to me. It was a promise of shared vengeance, a bond sealed in the face of a common enemy. I looked into his eyes, into the stormy silver depths, and for the first time, I did not see the ghost of his sister, or the shadow of his old alpha. I saw him, Dorian, and I saw an ally whose loyalty was now a thing of terrible, beautiful certainty. The second trial was announced 2 days later. My body was still a tapestry of aches and livid bruises, but the unnatural speed of a shifter's healing had knitted my skin back together. The pack watched me with a nervous, deferential awe. My survival had elevated me to something more than an alpha. I was becoming a legend, a creature of improbable resilience. This only made me a more dangerous and necessary target for my enemies. Gareth, his face looking older, more drawn than before, pronounced the second challenge. "The spirits demand a test of the soul," he intoned, his voice lacking its previous booming confidence. An alpha must be a conduit for the pack's spirit, a vessel of its history. They must be able to walk the paths of the dead and return with wisdom. The second trial will be the trial of the ancestors' cave. A new wave of fear, colder and deeper than the last, swept through the pack. The ancestors' cave was a sacred, forbidden place, a deep cavern system where the bones of our most ancient alphas were laid to rest. It was said to be a place of immense spiritual power, a place where the veil between the world of the living and the world of the dead was thin. But it was also a place of great danger. The air within was thick with hallucinogenic spores from a rare phosphorescent moss that grew on the walls. To breathe it was to be plunged into a waking nightmare, a vision quest from which some wolves, it was whispered, never returned, their minds shattered, their spirits lost forever in the land of ghosts. "The claimant will enter the cave at moonrise," Gareth continued. "She will walk the path of bones to the heart of the mountain, to the chamber where the first alpha rests. There she must retrieve the first alpha's ceremonial dagger, a relic of our pack's founding, and bring it back. She will do this alone, for this is a journey of the soul, and no other can walk it for her." It was a brilliant, insidious trap. The first trial had been a straightforward, brutal assault on my body. This was an attack on my mind, my spirit, my sanity. They could not defeat me with physical force, so they would pit me against my own inner demons, against the ghosts of the past, in a place where reality itself was a lie. If I emerged with my mind broken, I would be a drooling, mad creature, unfit to lead. If I did not emerge at all, my spirit would be judged to be unworthy, and my claim would be forfeit. That evening, in the den, Dorian was a caged wolf. He paced the floor, his heavy boots a restless, rhythmic beat against the stone. "It is a poison," he snarled, his hands clenched into fists. "The spores, they induce visions, paranoia. They will show you your greatest fears. They will use your own grief against you. They will show you Kaelin." The name landed like a stone in the quiet room. Kaelin. The ghost that still stood between us, the ghost I had not allowed myself to truly mourn. The cave would force me to face him. The thought was a spear of ice in my heart. "They will show you Lyra," I said softly. He stopped pacing, his body going rigid. He turned to me, his face a mask of anguish. He knew I was right. "The cave did not just show you the dead you longed for. It showed you the dead you had failed. I cannot fight this for you, he said, his voice a raw, broken whisper. I can stand between you and a blade. I can pull you from a frozen river, but I cannot enter your mind and fight your ghosts." "No," I said, my voice steady, though my heart was a frantic bird in my chest. "But you can be the anchor that pulls me back." I walked to him, stopping so close I could see the reflection of the firelight in his silver eyes. "When I am in there, lost in the shadows, I will need something to hold on to. Something real. Your voice in my head was my fire in the river. I will need it again." He reached out, his hand hovering in the air for a moment before he gently, almost hesitantly, cupped my jaw. His thumb stroked my skin. a gesture of profound, aching tenderness. It was no longer the shocking public claim from the riverbank, but a quiet, desperate plea in the privacy of the den. "My voice will not be enough," he said, his voice thick with an emotion I could not name. "The poison, it twists everything. You will need more." His eyes searched mine, and in their depths I saw a terrible, desperate resolve. "There is one other way, a bond, the Alpha and the First Commander, a true bond, forged in spirit, not just in duty. It would create a psychic link, a tether. I could feel you. I could be your anchor, a lighthouse in your storm. But it is a dangerous ritual. It would tie us together in a way that—" He trailed off, unable to voice the full implications. I understood. He was talking about a ritual that bordered on the mating bond, a deep, spiritual connection that would link our minds, our life forces. It was a bond of absolute trust, a partnership that would make us two halves of a single will. It would be a powerful weapon, but it would also change everything between us, irrevocably. It would be a step across a line from which there was no return. The silence stretched, thick with the weight of his offer. It was a sacrifice. He was offering to tie himself to me, to a she-wolf he had once doubted, to a queen on a crumbling throne, in the most profound way possible, just to give me a fighting chance of survival. "Show me," I whispered. He led me to the center of the den. "Kneel," he commanded softly. I obeyed, sinking to the furs on the floor. He knelt before me. He drew a small, wicked-looking silver blade from a sheath in his boot. Without hesitation, he sliced a shallow line across the palm of his left hand. Blood, dark and rich, welled up. He held out the blade to me. My hand trembled as I took it. I looked at him, at his calm, resolute face. I saw no doubt there, only a fierce, unwavering purpose. I took a deep breath and made a matching cut across my own palm. The pain was a sharp, clean shock. "The blood is the body," he murmured. The words ancient, ritualistic. He reached out and took my bleeding hand, pressing our palms together. Our blood mingled, a warm, slick union. A jolt like lightning shot up my arm, a powerful electric current that seemed to arc directly into my heart. "The breath is the spirit." He leaned forward, his face inches from mine. "Breathe with me, Arindra." I looked into his eyes and breathed. I inhaled as he inhaled, exhaled as he exhaled. Our breaths synchronized, becoming a single rhythm. The world around me began to fade, the sounds of the fire and the den receding until there was only the sound of our shared breath and the powerful, frantic beat of our two hearts, thrumming against each other through our joined hands. "The will is the soul," he whispered, his voice a hypnotic rumble. "Let me in." I closed my eyes and did the one thing my every instinct had fought against for weeks. I lowered my walls. I let go of the iron control, the grief, the rage, the fear, and I opened my mind to him. It was like a dam breaking. I felt him, not just his presence, but the very essence of him, flood into my consciousness. I felt the unyielding iron of his will, the deep bedrock loyalty that was his core. I felt the howling grief for his sister, a wound that had never truly healed. I felt the crushing weight of his guilt over Kaylin's death, and beneath it all I felt something that made my breath catch in my throat. A fierce, protective, and deeply tender devotion directed entirely and overwhelmingly at me. And he felt me, I knew it. He felt the gaping, raw wound of Kaylin's absence. He felt the crushing weight of the pack's expectations. He felt the cold, hard knot of fear in my belly, and he felt the white-hot core of my wolf's defiance, my absolute refusal to be broken. Our minds touched, not with words, but with pure, undiluted emotion. It was the most intimate, terrifying, and profound experience of my life. A single shimmering thread of light seemed to spin itself into existence between us, a tether of pure spirit connecting my mind to his. When he finally pulled his hand away, the connection remained. The thread was there, a faint, humming presence at the back of my mind. I could feel him. I could feel the steady, reassuring calm he was projecting toward me. A silent promise. I am here. I will not let you go. We knelt there for a long moment, our breath ragged, the scent of our mingled blood hanging in the air. The world slowly came back into focus. He looked at me, his silver eyes wide with the shock and awe of what had just passed between us. The commander and his alpha were gone. In their place were two wolves, their souls now bound by a thread of blood and will. As the moon rose, a pale, ghostly disk in the sky, I walked alone to the ancestors' cave. The pack watched in silence, their faces pale and drawn in the moonlight. I saw Dorian standing at the edge of the crowd, his posture rigid, his face a mask of stone. But I could feel him. I could feel the steady, unwavering strength he was projecting down the psychic tether that now connected us. He was my lighthouse. The entrance to the cave was a dark, jagged mouth in the side of the mountain, exhaling a cold, damp breath that smelled of old stone and decay. I took one last look at the world of the living, at the face of the wolf who had bound his soul to mine, and then I stepped into the darkness. The air inside was thick and cloying, and the effect of the spores was almost instantaneous. The phosphorescent moss on the walls cast a sickly, green-blue glow, illuminating a nightmarish landscape of twisting rock formations and dripping stalactites. The world began to warp, the walls seeming to breathe, the shadows writhing like living things. And then the ghosts came. At first they were faint, whispers at the edge of my hearing, fleeting shapes in my peripheral vision. But as I walked deeper down the path of bones, the skeletal remains of ancient alphas lining the way, the visions grew stronger. I saw my mother, her face etched with disappointment, telling me I was a fool to throw my life away for a pack that did not want me. I saw Damon, the Ridgeback Alpha, his face contorted in a triumphant sneer as his axe fell. I gripped my teeth and pushed on, focusing on the steady, reassuring presence of Dorian at the end of our tether. They are not real, I told myself. They are lies. But then I saw him. He was standing in the path ahead, bathed in an ethereal blue light. Kalen. He looked exactly as I remembered him, strong and vital, his amber eyes filled with a deep, sorrowful love. My heart shattered. "Irindra," he whispered, his voice the one I had longed to hear, the one that haunted my dreams. "Why are you doing this? This is not your burden to bear. Come with me. We can be at peace, together." He held out his hand. The temptation was an agony, a physical pain so intense it brought me to my knees. To just let go, to stop fighting, to be with him again. My spirit wavered. The tether to Dorian grew faint, a distant flicker. I was losing. "He is a lie," a voice snarled in my mind. It was my wolf. "He is a poison. The real Kalen would never ask you to surrender. He would tell you to fight." And then another presence. Not a vision, a feeling. It was Dorian, pouring all of his will, all of his strength down the tether. I felt his grief for Lyra, his rage at the injustice, his desperate, ferocious will for me to live. He was fighting for me, fighting with me, from a world away. I looked at the vision of Kalen, at his sad, pleading eyes, and I saw the lie. The real Kalen had asked me to be the pack's fire. He had not asked me to be its ash. "You are not him," I snarled, my own voice a guttural rasp. I pushed myself to my feet. "You are my grief. You are my weakness, and I will not be ruled by you." I walked forward, right through the shimmering apparition. It dissolved like smoke, its sorrowful whisper fading into the dripping silence of the cave. I was free. I finally reached the central chamber. It was a vast, cathedral-like cavern. In the center, on a natural stone bier, lay the skeleton of the first alpha, his bones glowing with a faint, silvery light, and clutched in his skeletal hand was the dagger. It was a simple, primitive thing, its blade chipped obsidian, its hilt wrapped in faded leather. I reached out and took it. The moment my fingers closed around the hilt, a jolt of pure, clean energy shot through me. It was not a poison, it was power. The history of my pack, the strength of all the alphas who had come before, flowed into me. With the dagger in my hand, I turned and walked back the way I came. The ghosts were still there, but they had no power over me now. They were just whispers, echoes of a pain I had now mastered. When I finally emerged from the cave mouth into the cold, clean air of the dawn, the dagger held high, the entire pack fell to their knees as one. All except Dorian. He stood where I had left him, his face illuminated by the rising sun. And in his eyes, I saw not the relief of a commander, but the fierce, proud joy of a wolf, welcoming his mate home from the land of the dead. Chapter 13. A Soldier's Fading Scars. Emerging from the ancestors' cave was like being born into a new world. The air was achingly fresh, the dawn chorus of the birds a song of piercing clarity after the suffocating, ghostly silence of the cavern. As I stood on the threshold between the living and the dead, the first alpha's dagger held aloft. I felt a profound shift, not just in the pack before me, but within myself. The grief for Kaelin, which had been a raw, open wound, had not vanished, but it had changed. The vision in the cave had been a crucible, forcing me to separate the man I had loved from the sorrow that had threatened to define me. I had faced my ghost, and in doing so, I had finally claimed my grief as a source of strength, not a weakness to be exploited. The pack, kneeling in the dirt before me, was a testament to my victory. Their scents were a symphony of awe and a deep, soul-shaking reverence. They had sent me into the land of spirits to be judged, and I had returned bearing a symbol of their most ancient power. I had not just passed the trial, I had conquered it. In their eyes, I was no longer just a claimant or even an alpha. I was a high alpha, anointed by the ancestors themselves. My gaze swept over them, finally coming to rest on Gareth and Lucian. They were kneeling with the rest, but their submission was a poisonous, brittle thing. Gareth's face was ashen, the face of a zealot whose god has just performed a miracle for the enemy. Lucian's head was bowed, but I could see the rage in the tense line of his shoulders, the white of his knuckles where his hands were clenched in the dirt. I had won this round, but I had not extinguished their ambition, only banked its fires. They were serpents, and serpents knew how to wait. Then my eyes found Dorian. He alone remained standing, a dark, unmoving pillar against the rising sun. The psychic tether between us hummed, a low, vibrant current of his overwhelming relief, and a fierce, burning pride that was more potent than any cheer. He had been my anchor, my lighthouse. His will had been the thread that had led me back from the brink. As our eyes met across the space that separated us, the bond flared, a silent, powerful acknowledgement of what we had endured together. It was a moment of profound, terrifying intimacy that left me feeling more exposed than when I had stood naked before them at the riverbank. I walked through the kneeling pack, the dagger still in my hand. They did not dare to look up as I passed. When I reached Dorian, he fell into step beside me, a silent, formidable guard, and together we walked back to the den. The silence between us was not empty. It was filled with the resonant echoes of our shared trial, with unspoken questions, and a new, unsettling awareness of the bond that now tied us together. Inside the den, the warmth of the fire was a welcome embrace. I placed the ancient dagger on the map table, its obsidian blade seeming to drink the firelight. It was a tangible piece of history, a symbol of my legitimacy, but the true victory, I knew, had not been the retrieval of a relic. It had been the forging of the bond between myself and the wolf, who now stood watching me from across the room. "You felt it," I said, my voice quiet. It was not a question. When the vision of Kaelin came, I was losing. "I felt you waver," he said, his voice a low, rough rasp. The tether grew thin. I thought. He stopped, unable to finish the thought. "So I pushed," he said simply. "I gave you what I could, my anger, my own ghosts. I hoped it would be enough." "It was," I said, my voice thick with an emotion I could not name. "You were the fire, Dorian, just as you told me I needed to be in the river." He looked away, his gaze falling on the greatsword that leaned against the wall, as if he were uncomfortable with the raw, naked emotion of the moment. "The third trial will be one of blood," he said, his voice all commander again. The familiar wall of duty rising between us. "They have tested your body and your mind. Now they will demand a trial by combat. It is the only thing left to them." "Let them," I said, a new, cold confidence settling in my soul. I was not the same she-wolf who had accepted their challenge out of desperation. I had walked through ice and shadow, and I was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. Who will they champion? Lucian? He does not have the stomach for a true fight. "No," Dorian said, his expression grim. "He will not fight you himself. He is a coward, but he is not a fool. He will invoke the right to a champion, and he will choose the one wolf in this pack he believes can defeat you." My blood ran cold as the realization dawned. There was only one wolf in the Blackwood pack with the skill, the strength, and the reputation to be an undeniable threat. One wolf whose name was whispered with fear and respect by our enemies, and with awe by our own. "He will choose you," I breathed, the words a knot of ice in my gut. Dorian's silver eyes met mine, and in their depths I saw a bleak, terrible certainty. "Yes," he said. "He will try to use my own oath, my own strength, as the weapon that finally destroys you. He will command me, as his alpha's brother and a member of the bloodline, to be his champion. He will frame it as a matter of honor, of law. He will try to turn my loyalty against itself." The trap was perfect in its cruelty. If Dorian refused, he would be branded an oath-breaker, his honor shattered, his position as commander destroyed. He would lose everything that had defined him since Kaelin had saved him. If he accepted, he would be forced to face me in a fight to the death. The serpents would win either way. They would either see me dead at his hand, or they would see us both disgraced and broken, leaving the path to the Alpha's rock clear. "You cannot," I said, my voice sharp with a sudden, fierce panic. "You cannot do it." "I will not fight you, Erindra," he said, his voice a low iron promise. "I would sooner cut out my own heart. But I cannot refuse the challenge without losing my honor. And without my honor, I am of no use to you or to this pack. I would be just another lone wolf, haunted by ghosts." We were trapped. The bond that had saved me in the cave was now the very thing that could be used to destroy us. The thought of facing him, of seeing him stand against me, was more terrifying than the frozen river or the ghosts of the dead. "There must be another way," I said, my mind racing. I began to pace the den, the ancient dagger on the table seeming to mock me with its silent, useless power. Dorian watched me, his face a mask of grim resolve. "There is," he said quietly, "but you will not like it." I stopped, turning to face him. "What is it?" "The law of the champion is ancient and absolute," he explained, his voice the calm, precise tone of a commander outlining a battlefield. "But there is an older law, a deeper one. A champion cannot be compelled to fight if their opponent is kin, blood, a mate." The word hung in the air between us, a shocking, impossible thunderclap. Mate. The very idea was a blasphemy, a betrayal of Kaelin, a violation of the grief that still resided, however changed, in my heart. "No," I whispered, the word a choked, horrified sound. "It is the only way," he said, his voice relentless, forcing me to see the cold, brutal logic of it. "A formal declaration of mating, before the pack and the elders, it would bind us. Under the oldest law, I could not be Lucian's champion against my own mate. His challenge would be void, his trap would be broken, we would be untouchable. He was offering me a political marriage, a sham, a strategy, a shield forged from the pack's most sacred bond. But the look in his eyes told a different story. The bond between us, the psychic tether, hummed with his true, unspoken feelings. This was not just a strategy to him. This was the desperate, reckless gamble of a man who had found something to live for and would burn the world down to protect it. "We cannot," I said, my voice shaking. I looked at the Alpha's chair, at the great fur cloak folded on the chest. It would be a betrayal to him, to Kaelin's memory. Is it a greater betrayal to let his pack be torn apart by cowards and schemers? Dorian challenged, his voice sharp, cutting through my grief. He took a step toward me, his intensity a physical force. Kaelin is gone, Arindra. His memory is a thing of honor, a fire that should guide us. But we cannot let it become a cage that traps us, or a funeral pyre that consumes the entire pack. He was right. I was clinging to a ghost, while a living, breathing war was being waged for the soul of my pack. To refuse Dorian's offer out of loyalty to a dead man would be to sacrifice the future for the past. It would be the ultimate act of selfish sentimentality, and Kaelin, the pragmatic, pack before all alpha, would have been the first to condemn it. What you are asking. It is not a small thing, I said, my voice barely a whisper. The idea of being mated to someone else, of letting another wolf into the space Kaelin had occupied, felt like a physical violation, a tearing of my very soul. I know, he said, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of vulnerability in his eyes, a deep, aching pain. I am not him, Arindra. I can never be him. I am a broken soldier, full of ghosts and scars. I have nothing to offer you but my sword and my loyalty. He reached out, his hand hovering in the air between us, not daring to touch me. But I will stand with you. I will be your shield, your weapon, your commander, or I will be your mate. The choice is yours. But we are out of time. They will call for the third trial at the next full moon. That is 2 days from now. He turned and walked to the entrance of the den, leaving me alone with the impossible choice. He was giving me the power, the final say. He would not force me. But the cold, hard logic of his strategy was undeniable. It was a perfect, elegant solution to an otherwise unsolvable problem. I spent the next day in a state of tormented indecision. I walked the den like a caged animal, the psychic tethered to Dorian, a constant humming reminder of his presence, his patience, his unwavering belief in me. I could feel his turmoil, the war between his honor and his heart, a faint, resonant echo of my own. That night, unable to bear the confines of the den, I went to him. He was not in his own small quarters, but in the training grounds, a packed earth circle where the warriors honed their skills. He was alone, stripped to the waist despite the biting cold, moving through a series of brutal, elegant forms with his greatsword. The moonlight glinted off the sweat on his skin, off the network of old silvery scars that crisscrossed his back and shoulders. Each scar told a story. I saw the jagged line of a ridgeback axe, the puckered marks of scourged claws, the thin, precise slice of an assassin's blade. His body was a map of the wars he had fought, the battles he had survived. He was not just a soldier. He was a survivor, a man who had walked through hell and emerged, harder and stronger, on the other side. He was, in his own way, as much a legend as the first Alpha's dagger. He stopped, sensing my presence, and turned, his chest heaving, his silver eyes dark and unreadable in the moonlight. "Alpha," he said, his voice a low, breathy rasp. I walked toward him, my heart pounding a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I stopped just before him, my gaze tracing the lines of a particularly nasty-looking scar that ran from his collarbone down over his heart. Without thinking, I reached out and laid my fingers gently against it. The skin was rough, puckered, a permanent reminder of a near-fatal wound. His breath hitched. He stood perfectly still, his body rigid, as if he were afraid to move, afraid to breathe. The psychic bond between us flared, and I was flooded with the memory associated with the scar. A chaotic, bloody battle on a snowy pass, the feel of a spear point grating against his ribs, the searing pain, the cold certainty of his own death, and then Kaelin roaring like a demon, standing over his fallen body, holding off 3 attackers at once until help could arrive. Kaelin had saved him. He owed my mate his life, and now he was offering that life, his entire being, to me, to save Kaelin's pack. In that moment, everything became clear. This was not a betrayal of Kaelin's memory. It was the ultimate fulfillment of it. It was about survival. It was about the pack. It was about forging a new kind of strength from the ashes of our shared loss. Yes, I whispered, my fingers still tracing the line of his scar. His eyes widened, a flicker of stunned, hopeful disbelief in their depths. Irindra? Yes, I said again, my voice stronger now, filled with a new, terrifying certainty. I looked up from the scar on his chest and met his gaze. I will be your mate, Dorian Merrick. I will accept your protection, and together we will show them what true power looks like. Chapter 14. The Price of a Queen's Reign. The morning of the full moon dawned cold and clear, the sky a vast, unforgiving sheet of pale blue. A sense of grim finality hung over the pack, thick and heavy as the frost that silvered the edges of the autumn leaves. This was the day of the third trial, the day of reckoning. Every wolf knew that by nightfall, the fate of the Blackwood pack would be decided, not by trials of endurance or spirit, but by the ancient, brutal arbitration of blood. I stood before the pack in the central clearing, Dorian at my side. We were a united front, an image of solidarity that was both a lie and a truth. Our decision had been made, our strategy set. We were not mates in heart or spirit, not in the way that mattered, but we would forge a bond of law and necessity that would be as unbreakable as any forged in love. He was dressed in the severe black leathers of his station, his great sword strapped to his back, his face a mask of cold, implacable resolve. I wore a simple tunic of dark gray, the first alpha's dagger sheathed at my hip. Its cold, ancient weight was a comfort, a reminder of the power I had earned. The tether between us was a taut, humming wire. I could feel his coiled tension, the leashed violence he held in check. He was a weapon, waiting for my command. And I could feel his fear, not for himself, but for me, a constant, low thrum beneath the surface of his iron control. He trusted in our plan, but the ghosts of his past were not so easily silenced. He had seen the law twisted into a murder weapon once before, and the scars on his soul were a testament to its power. Gareth and Lucian stood on the Elder's Rock, the position of judgment. They had not yet declared the nature of the trial, but the smug, predatory light in Lucian's eyes told me everything I needed to know. He believed he held the final, inescapable checkmate. He looked from me to Dorian, a slow, malicious smile spreading across his face. He was savoring this moment, the culmination of all his whispered plots and manipulations. The spirits have been appeased by the trials of the body and the soul, Gareth began, his voice a hollow, sanctimonious boom. But the final test remains. The pack must know that its leader is not only strong and wise, but is the greatest warrior among us. They must know that their alpha is a wolf who will not falter in the face of a challenge, who will not turn from a fight that must be won. The final trial is the trial of blood, a challenge of single combat, to the death or to submission. A low, fearful murmur went through the pack. This was what they had been dreading. A civil war crystallized into a single, brutal duel. Lucian stepped forward, his voice dripping with false regret. As is my right, as the closest living male of the Alpha bloodline, I issue this final challenge to the claimant, Irindra Vane. He paused, letting the drama of the moment build. But I will not face her myself. My skills are in counsel, in strategy. For a trial of the blade, the pack deserves a true champion. I name as my champion the greatest warrior among us, the wolf whose blade has defended this pack for a decade. The first commander whose oath is to the Alpha bloodline and the laws of this pack. I name Dorian Merrick. The name struck the crowd like a physical blow. A collective gasp of shock and horror rippled through them. They looked from Lucian's triumphant face to Dorian's stony expression, their minds struggling to comprehend the sheer, cruel audacity of the move. To pit their greatest protector against their new, spirit-chosen alpha was a move of such cynical genius, it was breathtaking. They were being asked to witness a form of ritual suicide, the pack tearing out its own heart. I felt Dorian go rigid beside me, the tether between us flaring with a white-hot surge of pure, murderous rage. He was going to break. I could feel him on the very precipice of drawing his sword and ending this not with law, but with slaughter. I subtly shifted my weight, my shoulder brushing against his arm, a silent command. Wait, trust the plan. He held, his control a thing of monumental, terrifying strength. All eyes turned to Dorian. The pack held its breath. They were waiting for his answer. Gareth looked down at him, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He was a zealot, but he was not a fool. He knew Dorian's loyalty to me was now a powerful, visible thing, but the law was absolute. Commander Merrick, Gareth said, his voice laced with a stern, formal authority. You have been named champion in a rite of proving. Your oath binds you. Do you accept this sacred duty? Dorian took a slow, deliberate step forward. The clearing was so quiet, I could hear the frantic beat of a pup's heart from across the yard. His silver eyes were not on Gareth or Lucian. They were on me. He looked at me for a long, silent moment, and in that gaze, 1,000 unspoken things were communicated. Trust, fear, a desperate, pleading hope, and a final, silent question. Are you ready? I gave him the barest hint of a nod. He turned his gaze back to the Elder's Rock. His voice, when he spoke, was a low, clear rumble that carried to every corner of the clearing. I am Dorian Merrick, first commander of the Blackwood Pack, he said, the words a formal, ritualistic declaration. My oath is to the pack, my loyalty is to the law, and my sword is sworn to the Alpha. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. But I cannot be your champion. A shocked murmur erupted from the crowd. Lucian's face contorted in a mask of disbelief and rage. You dare refuse? He shrieked. You are an oath-breaker, a traitor! I am not an oath-breaker, Dorian said, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. I am bound by a law that is older and deeper than the right of the champion, a law that resides in the very blood and bone of our people. I cannot raise my hand against my own kin. I cannot fight my own mate. The last two words dropped into the stunned silence like stones into a deep, still pool. The ripples of their meaning spread outwards, touching every wolf in the clearing. Mate. The word was a shield, a declaration, a fundamental reordering of their world. Before Gareth or Lucian could even process the shock, I stepped forward to stand beside him. I took his hand, the one he had cut. It scarred a faint silvery line against his calloused skin. I raised our joined hands for the entire pack to see. The commander speaks the truth, I declared, my voice ringing with a power that came from the very heart of my soul. In the eyes of the spirits and the ancestors, we are one. Our bond was forged in the trials of ice and shadow. We are mates, and under the first law, his duty to me as his mate and his alpha supersedes all other claims. It was a masterful stroke. We had used their own sacred laws against them, turning their trap into our fortress. The looks on Gareth's and Lucian's faces were a portrait of utter, impotent fury. They were outmaneuvered, their perfect, cruel plan shattered by a single, unassailable word. A lie, Lucian spat, his face mottled with rage. This is a trick, a desperate ploy to escape the trial. There has been no ceremony, no ritual. The rituals of the heart do not require the permission of serpents and schemers, Dorian growled, his hand tightening on mine. The tether between us pulsed, a warm, steady current of our shared, defiant strength. Gareth, however, was a student of the law. He saw the truth in our claim, the inescapable logic of the ancient precedent. He knew we had him trapped, but he was not a wolf to surrender easily. The claim of mating is a sacred one, he said, his voice cold and hard, searching for a new weakness, a new angle of attack. It is not a shield to be used for political gain. Such a bond must be consummated, proven. If you are truly mates, then you will accept the final test, not of blood between you, but of the bond between you, the trial of the shared hunt. My heart sank. It was another ancient, half-forgotten rite, one designed to test the spiritual and physical synchronicity of a newly bonded pair. The couple, in their wolf forms, would be tasked with hunting and bringing down a dangerous, formidable prey, alone, without the help of the pack. They had to move as one mind, one body, their instincts and actions perfectly synchronized. If they succeeded, it was seen as a blessing from the spirits, a true union. If they failed, if their movements were clumsy, their instincts at odds, the bond was judged to be false, a lie in the eyes of the ancestors, and both parties were shamed and exiled. It was a desperate, clever move on Gareth's part. He knew Dorian and I were not true mates. We had a psychic bond, born of a desperate ritual, but we were not a true, seasoned pair. Our instincts were not honed by years of shared experience. We were a soldier and a queen, not a loving couple. He was betting that our partnership, as strong as it was, would shatter under the intense primal pressure of a life-or-death hunt. He was betting that our lie would be exposed by our own divided instincts. Before Dorian could refuse, before his protective fury could lead him to reject this new trap, I squeezed his hand. "We accept," I said, my voice clear and unwavering. I looked at Gareth, a cold smile on my lips. "We will hunt for you, Elder, and when we return with our kill, this matter will be settled for all time." Dorian looked at me, a question in his eyes. I met his gaze, and through the tether, I sent a single powerful wave of pure, unshakable confidence. "We can do this, together." He hesitated for a heartbeat, then his jaw set, and he gave a curt, sharp nod. Gareth looked displeased. He had expected us to refuse, to balk at this new, unexpected test. My immediate acceptance had once again stolen his momentum. "So be it," he declared, his voice grim. "The prey will be the great mountain cat that has been harrying the herds on the eastern slopes. A killer of our own kind, a worthy test for a so-called alpha pair. You will hunt at sunset. You will bring back its pelt by dawn, or you will be judged a liar, and you will be exiled from this pack forever." The finality of his words hung in the cold air. The price of failure was absolute. The rest of the day was a blur of preparation and a tense, humming silence. We did not speak of the hunt. We did not need to. We both knew the stakes. Instead, we moved in a new, strange orbit around each other. The lie we had told the pack had begun to weave a truth of its own. He would watch me as I sharpened the first alpha's dagger, his expression a mixture of pride and a deep, aching tenderness. I would feel his presence as he checked his own gear, the steady, reassuring thrum of his spirit, a constant comfort at the back of my mind. As the sun began to dip below the western peaks, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and crimson, we stood at the eastern gate. The pack was there, a silent audience to our departure. "It is a killer," Silas warned, his scarred face etched with worry as he handed Dorian a coil of sinew rope. "It is old and cunning. It took down one of my best hunters last winter, fought like a demon. Then it will be a good death," Dorian said simply, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. We did not wait for any further warnings or well-wishes. As the last rays of sunlight faded, I closed my eyes and let the change take me. The shift was smooth, effortless, my body flowing into the familiar form of my white wolf. When I opened my eyes, the world was a landscape of deep blues and purples, every scent, every sound magnified 1,000 times. Beside me, Dorian shifted, his own transformation a barely controlled explosion of power, his human form ripping away to reveal the great black wolf beneath. His silver eyes met mine, and in that moment, the bond between us sang, a clear, high note of shared purpose. There was no hesitation, no doubt. I threw my head back and howled, a long, clear call to the rising moon. It was not a howl of challenge or grief. It was the howl of the hunt. Dorian answered, his own deeper howl blending with mine, creating a single, powerful harmony. Then we turned and plunged into the darkening forest, two wolves moving as one, bound by a lie that had become our only truth, running toward a destiny that would either forge us into true mates or see us cast out into the eternal darkness of exile. Chapter 15. The Silence Before the Strike. The forest at dusk was a place of shifting shadows, and whispered secrets. We moved through it not as two individuals, but as a single flowing entity, a predator of white and black. The psychic tether that bound us was no longer just a thread of communication. It was a conduit of pure primal instinct. I felt his movements before he made them, a subtle shift in the earth beneath my paws, a tightening of intent in my mind. He knew my path, my pace, my every hesitation, as if he were running within my own skin. This was a different kind of unity than the brutal efficiency of our fight with the Scourged. That had been the practiced coordination of soldiers. This was something deeper, something far more innate. It was the seamless, unspoken dance of a true mated pair, a rhythm we had never practiced but somehow knew by heart. Gareth had meant this trial to expose our lie, but in a strange, terrifying way, it was forging it into truth. The primal instincts of the wolf, awakened by the hunt, were overriding the complex deceptions of the human mind. Out here, under the rising moon, with the scent of prey on the wind, we were not a queen and her commander. We were simply male and female. We were pack. The trail of the mountain cat was not hard to find. It was a predator of arrogant power, and it did not bother to hide its passage. The scent was a thick, musky tang of feline aggression and old, dried blood, a rank perfume that set my wolf's teeth on edge. It was a rival, an intruder, a killer that had trespassed on our lands and stolen from our herds. The urge to hunt it, to eradicate it, was a deep, burning imperative that had nothing to do with Gareth's trial and everything to do with the ancient laws of territory. The tracks led us up into the eastern slopes, into a landscape of broken, granite-strewn hills and dense thickets of blackthorn that tore at our fur. The cat was clever. It was leading us into its own chosen killing ground, a place where its superior agility and climbing ability would give it the advantage. Dorian's thoughts, not as words, but as pure intent, brushed against mine through the tether. Caution. It knows we are here. It is watching. I sent back a wave of agreement, my own senses stretched to their limit. I could feel it. The feeling of being watched, the prickle of unseen eyes. The air was heavy with a silent, waiting tension. This was not a simple stag, or a mindless scourged. This was a thinking, cunning opponent. We found the remains of its latest kill in a small clearing. It was a young ewe from one of our herds. Her throat torn out, the carcass barely touched. It was not a kill for hunger. It was a statement, a marking of territory, a challenge. Dorian, in his great black wolf form, lowered his head, his muzzle sniffing at the tracks around the kill. The scent was fresh, very fresh. He lifted his head, his silver eyes meeting mine. A single clear image flashed through our bond. The cat, lying on a high ledge of rock above us, its tail twitching, watching our every move. I scanned the dark, looming rock faces that surrounded the clearing. And then I saw it. A flicker of movement. The barest twitch of an ear against the moonlit stone. It was there. 100 feet up, perfectly camouflaged. A ghost of shadow and rock. Our gazes met again. A silent, instantaneous conference. To charge would be suicide. It would be on top of us before we could even get halfway up the slope, its claws and fangs raining down from above. We could not fight it on its own terms. We had to draw it out. We had to make it come to us. Another flash of shared intent. The plan formed between us, not in words, but in a seamless flow of tactical instinct. It was a desperate, dangerous gamble. I took a deep breath and deliberately broke from our silent unity. I trotted forward into the center of the clearing, toward the dead ewe. I lowered my head, pretending to be interested in the kill, making myself a target. My posture was deliberately submissive, my ears slightly flattened, my tail low. I was playing the part of a lone, incautious she-wolf, a foolish challenger to the cat's kill. Through the tether, I could feel Dorian's violent protest, the surge of his protective instinct that screamed at him to rush to my side. "Trust me," I sent back, a firm, clear pulse of command. He held, his presence a coiled spring of agony in the shadows of the trees. The silence stretched. The only sound was the whisper of the wind through the sparse, hardy pines that clung to the rocks. I could feel the cat's yellow eyes fixed on me, its predatory mind weighing the situation. It saw a lone female, and it saw its kill. Its arrogance would be its undoing. Slowly, deliberately, I bent my head and tore a piece of flesh from the ew's flank. It was a direct, unmistakable act of defiance. The reaction was instantaneous. A low, guttural snarl, like rocks grinding together, echoed from the cliffs above. It was a sound of pure, possessive fury. And then it launched itself. It did not leap in a single, graceful arc. It descended the cliff face like a waterfall of muscle and claws, a blur of tawny fur and rippling power. It was magnificent and terrifying, a creature of perfect, savage grace. I stood my ground, my heart hammering against my ribs. The plan depended on my nerve. I had to wait until the last possible second. The cat hit the ground 20 yards away, its landing barely making a sound. It was even bigger than I had imagined, its shoulders a solid knot of muscle, its head low, its tail lashing back and forth. Its yellow eyes were fixed on me, burning with a cold, murderous light. It stalked toward me, a low, menacing growl rumbling in its chest. 10 yards. 5. I could smell the hot, metallic scent of its breath. My every instinct screamed at me to flee, to shift, to do anything but stand here, a helpless piece of bait. Now. The command came from Dorian, a psychic roar that vibrated through my very bones. Just as the cat gathered its powerful haunches to spring, I dropped to the ground, my body flat against the earth. At the exact same moment, a black thunderbolt exploded from the trees behind me. Dorian had circled around while I held the cat's attention, his movements utterly silent. He hit the cat from the side, a 200-pound missile of black fur and fury. The impact was brutal, a solid, sickening crunch of bone and muscle. The two great predators went down in a snarling, roaring tangle of claws and teeth. I was on my feet in an instant, the submissive she-wolf vanishing, replaced by the alpha. I circled the fighting beasts, looking for an opening. The cat was a whirlwind of destruction, its claws like razors, its fangs long and sharp. It was faster than Dorian, its movements a fluid, deadly dance. It raked its claws down his flank, and I felt a phantom sting of pain through our bond, a surge of his agony and his unwavering resolve. He grunted, but his own jaws were locked onto the cat's shoulder, his powerful neck muscles straining, holding the beast in place. He was the anchor. I was the blade. I saw my chance. As the cat twisted, trying to bring its formidable rear claws to bear on Dorian's belly, it exposed its throat for a fraction of a second. I lunged. I did not try to match its strength. I used my speed, my smaller size, as a weapon. I ducked under its flailing forepaw and sank my fangs deep into the soft, vulnerable flesh of its neck. The taste of its hot, feline blood was a shock to my senses. It screamed, a high, terrifying sound of pain and rage, and thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge us both. But we held on. Dorian's grip on its shoulder was an iron vice. My own jaws were locked, my teeth grinding against bone. We were a single, three-headed predator, bound by a shared will to survive. The fight was a chaotic, bloody eternity. The cat's struggles grew weaker, its roars fading to choked gurgles. A final, violent shudder went through its magnificent body, and then it was still. Silence descended on the clearing, broken only by the sound of our own ragged, panting breaths. I let go, stumbling back, my white fur matted and stained with the cat's blood, and my own. Dorian released his hold, his great black chest heaving. A series of deep, parallel gashes ran down his side, welling with dark blood, but his silver eyes, when they met mine, were blazing with a fierce, triumphant light. We had done it. We had moved as one. We had trusted each other implicitly, placing our lives in the other's paws without a moment's hesitation. The lie had become truth. We stood over the body of our kill, the steam rising from its cooling flesh and our own hot bodies into the cold night air. The bond between us was a living, breathing thing, a powerful, thrumming current that had been tempered and forged in the crucible of the shared life-or-death struggle. Dorian took a step toward me. He lowered his great head and began to gently, carefully, lick the blood from a shallow cut on my shoulder. It was an act of such profound, instinctual intimacy that it sent a shiver through my entire body. It was the gesture of a wolf tending to his mate after a battle, a ritual of cleaning and claiming and comfort. My own instincts, raw and heightened from the fight, responded without my conscious thought. I leaned into his touch, a low, rumbling purr of my own starting in my chest. I returned the gesture, my own tongue gently cleaning the edge of the deepest gash on his flank. I could taste his blood, the unique metallic tang of his life force. Our scents mingled, thick with blood and sweat and victory, creating a new, potent perfume that was uniquely ours. The world narrowed to this single primal moment. There was no Pack, no Gareth, no Lucian. There were no politics, no strategies, no lies. There was only the cold moon above, the dead predator at our feet, and the living, breathing, wounded wolf at my side. He was my mate, not in law, not in name, but in this moment, in the deepest, most fundamental truth of our shared, savage souls. He lifted his head, his silver eyes dark and luminous in the moonlight, holding mine. A new emotion was flowing through the tether between us, something that had been buried deep beneath the layers of duty and grief and fear. It was a current of pure, unadulterated longing, a magnetic pull that was as powerful and undeniable as the moon's pull on the tides. He took another step closer, his body brushing against mine. The contact was electric. The silence was no longer just the absence of sound. It was a living, breathing entity, charged with a tension that was more potent than any battle cry. The hunt was over. The trial was won. But a new, far more dangerous challenge was just beginning, one that would test not our strength as warriors, but the fragile, unarmored truth of our own hearts. Chapter 16. A Throne Forged in Fire. Our return to the den was a silent, solemn procession under the cold, pre-dawn stars. The massive, tawny pelt of the mountain cat was slung over Dorian's broad, black-furred back, its weight a testament to our victory. My own white coat was stained and spattered with blood. The cat's, Dorian's, my own, a savage abstract painting of the night's work. We were both limping, our bodies a collection of deep scratches and aching bruises, but we moved with a new, profound synchronicity. Our strides perfectly matched, our shoulders occasionally brushing. The psychic tether between us was a calm, steady river, the turbulent rapids of the hunt having subsided into a deep, powerful current of mutual respect and a new, unsettling awareness. The pack was waiting. They had not slept. They stood in the clearing, their faces pale and drawn in the gray light, their scents a thick, anxious fog of anticipation. As we emerged from the tree line, a single, unified entity of blood and victory, a collective gasp went through them. Dorian did not stop. He walked to the center of the clearing, to the Elder's Rock, and with a grunt of effort, heaved the heavy, blood-soaked pelt from his back. It landed on the ground with a wet final slap, a tangible, irrefutable trophy. He then shifted, the change a weary, painful contraction of muscle and bone, until he stood in his human form, naked, bleeding, and magnificent in the dawn light. He looked not at the pack, but at me. I followed suit, the shift back in agony on my bruised and battered muscles. I stood before them, my own body a roadmap of the night's battle, and met his gaze. The lie we had told them, the strategic claim of mating, was now a hollow, insufficient word for what we had become. We had hunted together. We had bled together. We had saved each other's lives. We were bonded in a way that transcended their laws and their rituals. It was Silas who broke the silence. The old warrior stepped forward, his scarred face a mixture of awe and profound, heartfelt relief. He looked from the massive pelt to our wounded bodies, And then he did something I had never seen him do for anyone, not even for Kaylin. He dropped to one knee, his head bowed. "Alpha," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble of pure, unadulterated loyalty. "My Alpha." One by one, the other warriors followed his lead. Rorik, his young face filled with a fierce, burning devotion. Ilara, a slow, graceful smile touching her lips as she knelt. The hunters, the mothers, the pups. The entire pack, a wave of gray and brown and black, knelt in the dirt before us. Their scents were no longer a confused jumble of fear and doubt, but a single powerful chord of unity, of acceptance, of unwavering loyalty. This was not the fearful submission they had shown after the trial in the cave. This was a true, heartfelt pledge of fealty. We had not just proven our bond. We had proven that we were the strength the pack had been missing. We were their protectors. We were their future. Only two wolves remained standing, Gareth and Lucian. They stood on the Elder's Rock like statues of salt, their faces ashen, their eyes filled with the dead, glassy look of utter defeat. The pack had made its choice. The whispers, the plots, the manipulations, all of it had been washed away in a single night of blood and primal truth. They were leaders with no one left to lead. I looked at them, not with triumph, but with a cold, weary finality. The game was over. "It is done," I said, my voice quiet, but carrying the unmistakable weight of absolute authority. "The trials are complete. The pack has spoken. The nesters have given their blessing." I took a step forward, my gaze locking onto Gareth. "Do you have anything left to say, Elder?" Gareth looked out at the sea of kneeling wolves, at the faces that were no longer turned to him for guidance, but to me. I saw the last of his power, the last of his righteous certainty, crumble and turn to dust. He was just an old man, clinging to a dead world, and he knew it. He slowly, stiffly lowered himself to his knees, his face a mask of bitter, resentful submission. I turned my gaze to Lucian. He alone remained standing, a solitary pillar of defiance in a world that had turned against him. His face was a contorted mask of hatred, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. "You have lost, Lucian," I said, my voice devoid of emotion. "The pack has chosen. Yield." "I will never yield to you," he spat, his voice a venomous hiss. "Whore, usurper, you and your pet soldier have bewitched them with your tricks and your lies. This pack belongs to the bloodline. It belongs to me." In a flash of pure suicidal rage, he drew a hidden dagger from his boot and lunged, not at me, but at Dorian. It was a coward's move, an attack on the shield, not the queen. He was fast, but Dorian was faster. Even wounded and exhausted, Dorian's instincts were a blur of lethal motion. He didn't draw his sword. He didn't need to. He moved inside Lucian's clumsy attack, his hand clamping around the wrist that held the dagger, twisting it with a sickening crack of bone. Lucian shrieked, the dagger clattering to the ground. In the same fluid motion, Dorian slammed the heel of his other hand into Lucian's chest. It was not a blow meant to kill, but to incapacitate. The air exploded from Lucian's lungs, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping and clutching his broken wrist, a pathetic, writhing creature. A furious snarl went through the kneeling warriors. They surged to their feet, their own blades suddenly in their hands. They were ready to tear him apart. "No," I commanded, my voice a thunderclap that froze them in their tracks. "Stop." They obeyed instantly, their bloodlust checked by the sheer unassailable force of my authority. I walked slowly to where Lucian lay whimpering in the dirt. I looked down at him, at the personification of all the ambition and treachery that had almost torn my pack apart. There was a time I would have felt pity for him. Not anymore. I drew the first Alpha's dagger from its sheath. The ancient obsidian blade seemed to hum in my hand. Lucian's eyes widened in terror. He thought I was going to kill him. I knelt beside him, my face inches from his. "The pack does not belong to you," I said, my voice a low, cold whisper. "The pack does not belong to the bloodline. The pack belongs to itself. And it has chosen its leader. I did not cut his throat. I did something far more profound. I reached out and sliced through the small leather band on his left wrist, the one that bore the faint, faded sigil of the Alpha bloodline. I cut him free from the one thing that had given him his perceived right to power. Then I stood and faced the pack. Lucian Vane is no longer of the blood, I declared, my voice ringing with the finality of a judgment. He is a wolf without a title, without a claim. He has betrayed his pack. He has betrayed his alpha. He has betrayed the memory of his own brother. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in. The law demands his life, but I am not a leader who rules through fear and execution. I looked down at the whimpering wolf at my feet. His punishment will not be death, I said. It will be a life without the power he craved. He is exiled. He will leave our lands by sunrise and never return. If he is ever seen here again, he will be hunted down not as a rival, but as prey. It was a judgment of perfect poetic cruelty. To a wolf like Lucian, a life of obscurity and powerlessness was a fate worse than death. As for you, Gareth, I said, turning my gaze to the kneeling elder. He flinched. Your heart was led astray by a blind faith in dead laws. You chose tradition over the well-being of your pack. You will step down from the council. You will live out your days as a simple elder, your voice no longer holding the weight of judgment. You will have time to contemplate the difference between wisdom and dogma. The justice was swift, absolute, and undeniable. I had not been a tyrant. I had been a judge. I had upheld the law, but I had tempered it with a new kind of authority, my own. As the guards hauled a sobbing Lucian to his feet and began to frog march him toward the gate, a profound sense of peace began to settle over the clearing. The poison had been excised. The wound could finally begin to heal. I felt a presence at my side, Dorian. He was still bleeding, still battered, but he stood tall, his silver eyes filled with a deep, quiet pride. The psychic tether between us was a calm, steady hum of pure, unwavering loyalty. The pack was still watching us, waiting. The matter of the trials was settled, but the matter of our bond was not. They had seen our victory in the hunt. They had heard our claim. They now saw us as a true bonded pair, their alpha and her prince consort, their king and queen. The weight of that unspoken expectation was heavier than any trial. We had used the lie to save our pack, but now we were trapped in it. Or were we? Later that day, in the quiet of the den, the air was thick with a new, unspoken tension. We sat on opposite sides of the hearth, the fire crackling between us. The wounds on my back and shoulders ached with a dull, throbbing rhythm. Dorian had a fresh dressing on the gashes on his flank. We were a pair of battered, victorious soldiers, but the war we now faced was a silent, internal one. "It is done," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You have won. The pack is yours." "Ours," I corrected softly, my gaze meeting his across the flames. "I could not have done this without you, Dorian. You know that." "I did my duty," he said, the old familiar refrain of the soldier, but the words sounded hollow now, even to him. "You did more than your duty," I said. I stood up and walked to him, kneeling on the furs before his chair, just as he had done for me after the first trial. I took his large, scarred hand in mine. It was the hand that had held mine in a bloody pact, the hand that had steadied me, the hand that had pulled me from the brink. "You offered to bind your soul to mine to save me from a ghost. You offered to sacrifice your honor to save me from a blade. You bled with me to save me from exile." I looked up at him, my heart a painful, hopeful knot in my chest. "That is not duty, Dorian. What do you call it?" He stared down at our joined hands, his expression a melon of conflict and a deep, soul-shaking vulnerability. The psychic tether between us pulsed with emotions he could no longer hide behind his stoic facade. I felt his awe, his reverence, his fierce, protective devotion, and beneath it all, a deep, terrifying, and utterly profound love. It was a love that had been growing in the shadows, unacknowledged and unspoken, nurtured by shared danger and a loyalty that had been reforged in fire. He began, his voice a raw, broken sound. He could not say the word. It was a truth too large, too dangerous to be spoken aloud. I did not need him to say it. I could feel it. And in that moment, I finally allowed myself to feel the truth that had been growing in my own heart. A truth I had been hiding from, out of grief, out of fear, out of a misguided loyalty to a ghost. I had needed a commander, a shield, an ally, and in finding one, I had found something more. "The pack believes we are mates," I whispered, my thumb stroking the scar on his palm. "We told them a lie that has become a truth in their eyes." I looked up at him, my soul in my eyes. What if we let it be the truth in ours, as well? He looked at me, his silver eyes wide with a stunned, desperate hope. The wall he had kept between us for so long, the wall of duty, of his past, of his grief, finally crumbled. And I saw him, the real him, the broken soldier with the fading scars and the fiercely loyal heart. He slowly reached out his other hand, his fingers gently tracing the line of my jaw. His touch a fire that burned away the last of my doubts. "Erindra," he whispered, my name a prayer on his lips. The throne I had claimed at the pyre had been a cold, lonely thing. The power I had won through the trials had been a heavy burden. But now, in the quiet warmth of the den, with this wolf's heart in my hands, I understood. A throne of blood and ash is just a seat of power, but a throne forged in the fire of a shared soul, a throne built for two, that was a home. And we had, against all odds, finally come home. Chapter 17. A heartbeat in the quiet dark. The days that followed our victory were a strange, fragile peace. The pack, finally united under a single, undisputed authority, began to heal. The oppressive fog of fear and division that had choked us for weeks lifted, replaced by a cautious, growing sense of optimism. The scents in the clearing were no longer sour with anxiety, but rich with the earthy smells of preparation for winter, the sharp tang of wood smoke, and the clean, honest sweat of hard work. The serpents had been cast out, the wound cleansed, and the body of the pack had begun to knit itself back together. Lucian had been escorted to the edge of our territory and sent into the wilderness with nothing but a knife and the clothes on his back, his cries of outrage and pathetic threats fading into the uncaring silence of the forest. Gareth, stripped of his authority, had retreated into a self-imposed exile within his own lodge, a bitter, silent ghost haunting the edges of pack life. The immediate threats were gone, yet the peace felt provisional, like the quiet stillness in the air before a great storm. The true storm, I knew, was not in the clearing, but within the stone walls of the Alpha's den. It was a silent, deeply unsettling tempest of unspoken words and unresolved emotions between myself and Dorian. We were, in the eyes of the pack, the perfect alpha pair. We moved as one, our decisions made in a seamless, unspoken accord. We patrolled the borders together, our presence a united front of unassailable strength. We sat in council, his quiet, formidable presence at my back, a silent affirmation of my every ruling. We had become the very image of the lie we had created. The pack saw a king and queen, their bond forged in the crucible of the trials, a love story for the ages. But when the den door closed behind us each night, the silence that fell was a chasm. We were two soldiers who had survived a brutal war, only to find themselves strangers in the quiet aftermath. The psychic tether between us, which had been a lifeline in the darkness of the cave and a weapon in the thrill of the hunt, was now a source of excruciating, constant awareness. I felt the deep, turbulent ocean of his feelings for me, the reverence, the devotion, the fierce, protective love he did not know how to voice. And through that same bond, he felt my own chaotic, conflicted heart, the lingering, sorrowful ghost of my love for Kaelin, my deep, bone-weary gratitude for Dorian's loyalty, and the new, terrifying tendrils of an emotion for him that I did not yet have a name for. It was not love, not yet, It was a complex, tangled knot of respect, of primal attraction, of a profound, soul-deep camaraderie forged in shared trauma. I owed him my life, my throne, the very survival of my pack. The depth of that debt was a weight I did not know how to carry. To offer him my heart felt like a transaction, a repayment, not a true choice. And to offer him my body, that felt like a betrayal of a memory that was still too sacred, too raw. So we lived in a state of suspended animation, two celestial bodies trapped in a powerful gravitational orbit, circling each other but never touching. We slept in the same vast, fur-lined bed where I had slept with Kaylin, but we kept a careful, deliberate distance between us, a chaste, unbreachable gulf of cold air. Each night, I would lie there, acutely aware of the heat of his body just inches away, of the slow, steady rhythm of his breathing, of the silent, tumultuous conversation of our souls across the psychic tether. It was an intimacy more profound and more agonizing than any physical touch. One night, nearly a week after the final trial, I woke from a nightmare. I was back in the frozen river, the ice water dragging me down. The faces of the pack watching me with cold, indifferent eyes. I sat bolt upright, a strangled cry caught in my throat, my heart hammering against my ribs, my skin slick with cold sweat. Instantly, Dorian was awake. He didn't move, but I felt his consciousness flood the bond, a wave of alarm and fierce, protective concern. Erindra? The thought was not a word, but a pure, questioning presence. It was nothing, I whispered into the darkness, my voice shaky. A dream. I swung my legs out of the bed, needing to put space between us, needing to escape the suffocating intimacy of the moment. I walked to the dying embers of the hearth, wrapping my arms around myself, trying to still the violent trembling in my limbs. I heard the soft rustle of furs as he rose from the bed. He came to stand behind me, his presence a wall of solid, silent warmth. He did not touch me. He simply stood there, a guardian in the dark. "It is not nothing," he said, his voice a low, rough rumble. "The ghosts do not leave the battlefield just because the war is over." He was not just talking about my nightmares. He was talking about his own. "I see him sometimes," I confessed, my voice barely audible. "Kaylin, in my dreams. He is disappointed in me." It was a truth I had not even admitted to myself. A deep, secret fear that everything I had done, every choice I had made to save his pack, was a stain upon his memory. I felt a wave of pure, unadulterated pain from him through the tether. It was not my pain. It was his. The crushing weight of his own perceived failure, his guilt, his belief that he had stolen his alpha's mate, his alpha's throne. "He would not be disappointed," Dorian said, his voice thick with an emotion I couldn't decipher. "He would be proud. You are the fire he always knew you were, Erindra. You have saved everything he held dear." "And what about you, Dorian?" I asked, turning to face him. The faint red glow of the embers illuminated the stark planes of his face, the deep shadows under his eyes. "What ghost do you see when you close your eyes?" He was silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on the embers. "I see a girl on a mountain," he said, his voice a raw, broken whisper. "And I see an alpha on a ridge. And I see a commander who was not strong enough to save either of them." My heart broke for him. He was a man drowning in the ghosts of his own loyalties. He had saved me, he had saved the pack, but he had not yet saved himself. "You are not that commander anymore," I said, my voice soft but fierce. "You are not a failure. You are the reason this pack still stands. You are the reason I still stand." I took a hesitant step closer, my hand reaching out, wanting to offer a comfort I did not know how to give. "You are not just a ghost soldier, Dorian." He finally looked at me, his silver eyes a stormy, tormented sea in the dim light. "Then what am I, Erindra?" he asked, his voice a raw plea. "I am the wolf who desires his alpha's mate. I am the man who sleeps in his alpha's bed. I am a traitor in my own heart. What am I to you? The question was a blade, stripping away all the pretenses, all the strategies, all the careful, silent choreography of our days. It demanded a truth I was not ready to give. But looking at him, at the raw, agonizing vulnerability on his face, I knew that the time for silence, for caution, was over. Our fragile peace could not be built on a foundation of unspoken truths and unresolved grief. I took another step, closing the small distance between us. I raised my hand and laid it gently against his cheek. His skin was rough with a day's worth of stubble, but warm, so incredibly, wonderfully alive. He flinched at the contact, as if my touch were a brand, but he did not pull away. "You are," I began, my voice trembling, my heart pounding a wild, frantic rhythm. The wolf who stood beside me when the entire world turned against me. "You are the man who walked into my mind and fought my demons with me. You are my commander, my shield, my ally." I took a deep, shaky breath, the next words the most terrifying and the most honest I had ever spoken. "And you are the heartbeat I feel in the quiet dark when I am sure I am all alone." A shudder went through his great frame. He closed his eyes, a single perfect tear escaping from the corner of his eye and tracing a path down his scarred face. It was a tear for his sister, for his alpha, for the broken soldier he had been. For so long. He raised his own hand, covering mine where it rested on his cheek. He did not speak. He did not need to. Through the tether, I felt the walls around his heart, the fortress of guilt and grief he had built for a decade, begin to crumble. And in the ruins, I felt the first, fragile, hesitant bloom of hope. He leaned in, his forehead coming to rest against mine. We stood there for a long, timeless moment, simply breathing together, our shared breath a quiet promise in the dark. It was not a consummation. It was not a declaration of undying love. It was something quieter and perhaps more profound. It was a beginning. The physical distance between us was gone. But the chasm of our pasts, of Kaylin's memory, still remained. We had taken the first terrifying step across it. But I knew the journey to the other side would be a long and perilous one. Suddenly, a new sensation broke through our quiet communion. It came from Dorian, a sharp, sudden spike of alarm through the tether, so potent it made me gasp. He pulled back, his head snapping up, his eyes instantly alert, the soldier replacing the grieving man in a heartbeat. "What is it?" I whispered, my own senses instantly on high alert. "The border," he growled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "The Western Watch Post, the one that overlooks the Ridgeback lands." He turned his head, his ear cocked toward the silent, sleeping den. "I can't hear them." The watch post was manned by 2 warriors at all times. Their heartbeats, their very presence, were a faint, constant rhythm on the edge of a shifter's senses. But now, there was nothing, only a dead, unnatural silence. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the fragile warmth of our moment. The storm we had been waiting for had not been within these walls. It had been gathering in the mountains, in the west. "Damon," I breathed, the name a curse. Dorian was already moving, pulling on his leggings and boots, his movements swift and economical. He strapped his greatsword to his back, his face a mask of cold, lethal purpose. The ghosts were gone. The soldier was back. "He chose his moment perfectly," Dorian said, his voice a low, grim snarl. "He waited until our trials were over. He waited until we were wounded, exhausted, our attention turned inward. He waited for us to believe we were safe." I was already dressing, my own hands moving with a desperate, practiced speed. The price of our internal struggle, of our nights of silent torment, had been our vigilance. And Damon, the brute who I had dismissed as a posturing fool, had been watching, waiting, and proving himself to be a far more cunning predator than I had ever imagined. We burst from the den into the cold, moonlit night, our personal war forgotten, replaced by the older, simpler war of survival. The pack was sleeping, unaware of the silent threat that was creeping over our borders. But as we ran, a silent, deadly pair of shadows, toward the western post. I knew that the peace we had just begun to build was about to be shattered, and the heartbeat I had just found in the quiet dark might very well be silenced by the coming dawn. Chapter 18. The Moon That Knows Her Name. The run to the western border was a silent, desperate prayer against the wind. We moved in our human forms, forgoing the raw speed of the wolf for the tactical advantage of our minds and our weapons. The psychic tether between us was a taut, humming wire of shared urgency. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves amplified into a potential threat. The fragile intimacy of the den had been shattered, replaced by the cold, sharp focus of two commanders heading into battle. Yet the memory of it, of his touch, of my confession, lingered beneath the surface, a deep, warm current under a frozen river of dread. The silence at the border was a profound and terrifying violation. It was not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping forest. It was the heavy, breathless silence of a graveyard. The two warriors at the watchpost, Fenris and Yorick, were young, but they were strong and vigilant. For them to be silenced without a cry, without a single howl of alarm reaching the den, meant one of two things. They had been taken with brutal, overwhelming speed, or they had been betrayed. Neither possibility offered any comfort. We slowed as we approached the post, a small, cleverly concealed fortification of rock and timber, built into the side of a steep ridge. We left the main path, melting into the deep shadows of the ancient pines, our movements perfectly synchronized, our footsteps making no sound on the thick carpet of fallen needles. The scent on the air was a confirmation of our deepest fears. Underneath the familiar smells of pine and cold stone, there was the faint coppery tang of fresh blood and the sharp musky scent of ridgeback wolves. Many of them. Dorian put a hand on my arm, his touch a silent command to stop. He pointed. Through the gnarled branches, I saw them. Two dark shapes sprawled on the ground near the base of the watchpost, Fenris and Yorick. They were not moving. A cold, sick rage coiled in my gut. These were my wolves, my pack, and they had been slaughtered on my watch. A low, guttural growl of pure, murderous fury rumbled in Dorian's chest. I felt it through the tether, a wave of black, unrestrained violence that threatened to overwhelm his control. I placed my hand over his on my arm, my grip tight, and sent a single, sharp pulse of command back to him. Wait! Not yet. We need to know their numbers, their intent. He held, the effort it took him a palpable, vibrating force. We crept closer, our bodies low to the ground, until we were at the edge of the small clearing. The scene was worse than I had imagined. Our warriors had been killed without a chance to even draw their blades. Their throats had been torn out with a savage, brutal efficiency, and standing over their bodies, his back to us, was a massive figure I recognized with a jolt of pure hatred. Damon, the Ridgeback Alpha. He was not alone. At least a dozen of his warriors were with him, their shapes moving like specters in the moon-dappled shadows, securing the area, their movements the practiced, disciplined motions of a war party. This was not a raid. This was an invasion. Damon was not looking at the bodies of my fallen warriors. He was looking up at the ridge, at our territory, a low, triumphant chuckle rumbling in his chest. "So quiet," he said, his voice a gravelly boom that carried in the still night air. "The great Blackwood pack sleeping like pups in a basket." He turned to his bata, the same wiry, cruel-faced wolf from the falls. "Did you see their faces? The surprise? They did not even have time to piss themselves." The beta snickered. "The traitor earned his coin, Alpha. He delivered them to us, just as he promised." Traitor. The word was a poison dart in my heart. The silence had not been the result of overwhelming speed. It had been bought and paid for. Someone from my own pack, someone I had trusted, had opened the door for the wolves. My mind raced, sifting through the faces of my pack. Who? Who could hate me enough to betray their own kind, to sell the lives of their brothers for, what? Power? Revenge? "He will have his reward," Damon grunted, a note of contempt in his voice. "A place at my heel after I have taken his lunas." He reached down and wiped his bloody hand on Fenris's tunic. She has spirit, this she-wolf. I will enjoy breaking it. The tether between myself and Dorian flared, a supernova of pure white-hot rage. Every ounce of his control shattered. He was going to move. He was going to charge into that clearing and die in a blaze of glorious, pointless vengeance. No, I screamed at him through the bond, pouring all of my will, all of my authority into the command. You will hold. That is an order, Commander. The force of my mental command was a physical blow. He staggered, a low, agonized sound escaping his throat. He was fighting me, his protective instincts warring with his ingrained discipline. For a terrifying second, I thought I would lose him. Then, with a shudder that seemed to shake his very soul, he subsided, his rage banked, but not extinguished, a slumbering volcano waiting to erupt. My own mind was a shard of ice. The grief for my fallen warriors was a cold, hard knot. The fury at the betrayal was a burning acid, but on the surface, there was only the calm, clear logic of a queen on a battlefield. We were outnumbered, at least 6-1. To fight here would be suicide, but to retreat, to run back to the den and raise the alarm, would be to leave our flank exposed. Damon's war party would be on our heels, and they would descend upon a sleeping, unprepared pack. There was only one path, not back, but through. I looked up, my gaze tracing the line of the ridge that rose steeply above the watchpost. It was a treacherous, almost sheer climb, but it led to the high ground, to a place of advantage. An idea, desperate and incredibly dangerous, began to form in my mind. I touched Dorian's arm again, my thoughts flowing to him through the tether, not as words, but as a series of clear, concise images and intentions. The ridge, the narrow pass at the top, the deadfall trap we set last season. I felt his mind seize on the plan instantly, his tactical genius assessing the variables, the risks. It was a suicide mission, a long shot with a dozen ways to fail, but it was better than dying here, uselessly, in the dark. A wave of pure, savage agreement flowed back from him. On your lead, Alpha. We moved. We did not retreat. We faded back into the deepest shadows, circling around the clearing, our movements so silent, so synchronized. They were like the passing of a single ghost. We began to climb. The ridge was a brutal, vertical ascent of loose rock and thorny brush. We climbed with a desperate, burning intensity, our fingers and feet finding purchase in the smallest of cracks, our muscles screaming with the effort. We were no longer Alpha and Commander. We were two wolves, a mated pair, fighting for the survival of our pack, our every movement a testament to the bond that had been forged between us. As we neared the top, a shout from below told us we had been spotted. The hunt was on. The sounds of the Ridgeback warriors crashing through the undergrowth behind us spurred us on, adrenaline afire in our veins. We scrambled over the final ledge and onto the narrow spine of the ridge, our breath coming in ragged, tearing gasps. Before us lay the pass. It was a narrow defile, no more than 10 feet wide, with sheer rock walls on either side. It was a natural choke point, and above it, on the cliff face, was the deadfall, a massive, precariously balanced pile of logs and boulders, held in place by a single thick length of sinew rope tied to a trigger mechanism on our side of the pass. It was a trap designed to stop a small army if it could be sprung at the right moment. "They are coming," Dorian gasped, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed on the path we had just climbed. He was wounded, exhausted, but he stood like a mountain, ready to sell his life to buy me the seconds I needed. "Get to the trigger, Kinknar," I commanded, my own voice a harsh rasp. "I will hold them here." "No," he roared, his voice and his thought a single violent protest. "My place is to defend you." "And your Alpha's place is to defend her pack," I snarled back, stepping in front of him, drawing the first Alpha's dagger. "This is not a debate, Commander. That is an order. Go." I pushed him hard. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with a horrified, reluctant understanding. He was a soldier, and I was his Alpha. His duty was to obey. With a last agonized look, He turned and sprinted toward the trigger mechanism, a dark shape against the moonlit rock. I turned back to the pass, my heart a cold, steady drum. I was alone. I could hear them now, the snarling, triumphant cries of the ridgeback wolves as they swarmed up the ridge. I stood in the center of the narrow defile, the ancient obsidian dagger a small, cold weight in my hand. This was it, the final trial, not one of law or ritual, but of blood and fire, here on this lonely, moonlit ridge. The first ridgeback warrior burst into the pass. He was a big, ugly brute with a jagged scar across his face. He saw me, a lone she-wolf, and a bloodthirsty grin split his face. He charged, his axe raised high. I did not meet his charge. I let him come to me. At the last possible second, I dropped low, the wind of his axe whistling over my head, and I drove the obsidian dagger up into his groin. He screamed, a high, thin sound of agony, and collapsed. I was already moving, stepping over his writhing body to face the next. 2 more came, trying to flank me. The pass was too narrow. They got in each other's way. I used their numbers against them, dancing between them, my dagger a blur of motion. A slice across a hamstring, a deep thrust into a kidney. They went down, their cries of pain turning to gurgles of death. I was no longer Erindra. I was a vessel for my wolf's spirit, a whirlwind of pure primal violence. The bond with Dorian was a raging inferno at the back of my mind, his own ferocious battle lust feeding my own. I could feel his presence at the trigger, waiting, trusting me to hold the line. More came. I was bleeding now, a deep gash on my arm, a searing pain in my side. But I did not feel it. There was only the fight, only the need to hold this pass, to protect my pack, to protect the wolf who was waiting for my signal. And then Damon appeared. He filled the entrance to the pass, a giant of fury and muscle, his great axe in his hands. He stepped over the bodies of his fallen warriors, his eyes burning with a mixture of rage and a new, grudging respect. "I underestimated you, she-wolf," he boomed, his voice a low, gravelly growl. "You have the heart of a true alpha. And you have the heart of a scavenger who attacks a pack in the dark with the help of traitors," I snarled, my breath coming in ragged pants. "The old ways are dying," he said, taking a slow, deliberate step toward me. "The mountain will belong to the strong, and I am the strongest." He charged. He was not a clumsy brute like his warriors. He was a tidal wave of controlled, brutal power. I could not dodge him. I could not outmaneuver him in this narrow space. His first blow sent my dagger flying from my numb fingers, the force of the impact nearly shattering my arm. His second, a backhanded swing with the flat of his axe, sent me sprawling to the ground, my head slamming against the rock wall. Stars exploded behind my eyes. The world tilted, the roar in my ears drowning out all sound. I was dazed, disarmed, helpless. He stood over me, his massive form blotting out the moon, his axe raised for the final, killing blow. This was it. I was going to die. A wave of black despair washed over me. I had failed. "Erindra!" Dorian's voice. A psychic scream that shattered the fog in my mind. It was not just a call. It was a command. It was a plea. It was a testament of his unwavering faith in me. He had not sprung the trap. He was waiting for me. He believed in me. That belief was a fire that burned away the despair. I was not alone. I looked up at Damon, at his triumphant, snarling face. And I let the last of my control go. I let the wolf take me. The change was not a shift. It was an explosion. A raw, violent eruption of pure, primal power. My bones shattered and reformed in an instant, my skin tearing away to reveal the white fur beneath. A roar, not of a woman, but of a great savage she-cat of a wolf, tore from my throat, a sound of such pure, unadulterated fury that it made the very rocks tremble. Damon staggered back, his eyes wide with shock and a dawning primal fear. He had expected to kill a woman. He had not expected to face a goddess of vengeance. I launched myself at him, a white projectile of teeth and claws. I slammed into his chest, my weight and momentum sending him crashing backwards. We went down in a heap, my jaws snapping, searching for his throat. He was strong, his great arms trying to push me away, his axe lost in the fall. He managed to get a hand on my throat, his powerful fingers squeezing, cutting off my air. My vision began to dim again, but I was not fighting alone. "Now, Dorian, now!" I screamed through the bond, pouring the last of my strength, my will, my very soul into the command. I felt his answering surge of acknowledgement, a feeling of pure, savage joy. And then, from behind me, came a deep, groaning crack, the sound of a mountain's heart breaking. The deadfall. Damon's eyes widened in horror. He looked past me, up at the top of the cliff. The moon, for a moment, was blotted out by a descending shadow of rock and timber. He had a single heart-stopping second to understand the totality of his defeat. He opened his mouth to scream, but it was too late. The world ended in a deafening, earth-shattering roar of splintering wood and shattering stone. The last thing I felt before the darkness took me was the psychic tether to Dorian, not flaring with battle lust, but humming with a single, clear, and utterly heartbreaking emotion. It was his love, a pure, desperate, and triumphant wave, reaching for me across the abyss. The moon, I thought, as my consciousness faded into nothing, finally knows her name. Epilogue. The first thing I was aware of was the scent of snowmelt and wet earth. It was a clean, cold smell that cut through the thick, cloying fog in my mind. The second was a sound, a single, steady, rhythmic beat, so close it seemed to be coming from within my own chest. Thump-thump, thump-thump, a heartbeat, strong, unwavering. I opened my eyes. The world was a blur of pale gray and white. I was not in the pass. I was not buried under a mountain of rock and timber. I was in a small sheltered cave, a place I had never seen before. A low fire crackled nearby, its warmth a gentle, welcome heat against my skin. I was lying on a bed of soft furs, and my body was a landscape of deep, aching pain. Every muscle, every bone, screamed in protest as I tried to move. "Easy," a voice rumbled, low and close. "You have been sleeping for 3 days." Dorian. He was sitting on the floor beside the furs, his back against the cave wall, a bowl of something steaming held in his hands. He looked ravaged. A deep, jagged gash ran from his temple down his cheek, crudely stitched with sinew. His left arm was in a sling, and his face was gaunt, his silver eyes shadowed with an exhaustion so profound it seemed to have settled in his very soul. But those eyes, when they met mine, were filled with a light of such fierce, tender relief that it stole the breath from my lungs. The heartbeat. It was his. I was lying with my head pillowed on his lap, his good hand resting gently on my hair. The steady, reassuring rhythm was the thrum of his life, vibrating through him, into me. "The pass," I whispered, my voice a dry, unused rasp. "Damon, the deadfall." "It held," he said, his voice rough. "Damon and his war party are buried under half the mountain. The survivors fled back to their own lands with the story of a ghost wolf who calls down the thunder. The Ridgeback clan will not trouble us again for a generation." He dipped a piece of soft cloth into the warm broth in the bowl and gently touched it to my lips. "The trap was meant to block the pass, not collapse the entire cliff. I did not account for the force of your final argument." A faint, ghostly smile touched my lips. I remembered the explosion of the change, the raw, untamed power. "I am sorry." "Do not be," he said, his voice thick with an emotion he no longer tried to hide. It was the most magnificent thing I have ever seen. The psychic tether between us was a calm, quiet river, a constant, gentle current of his presence that was as much a part of me now as my own pulse. I could feel the deep, aching weariness in his bones, the searing pain from his own wounds, and beneath it all, a bedrock of pure, unshakable joy. "How did you get me out?" I asked. My own memories a jumble of roaring chaos, and then nothing. I dug, he said simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The first wave of the rockslide missed you. It took him, but the rest. It buried the pass. It buried you. He looked down at his hands. They were raw, his knuckles scraped and bloody, his fingernails broken. He had dug me out of a mountain with his bare hands. The pack came, he continued. Silas, Ilara, they followed the sounds of the battle. They helped me. We brought you here. The healers said they were not sure you would wake. I reached up, my hand trembling, and touched the stitched gash on his cheek. And you? Scraps, he said, dismissing his own grievous wounds with a wave of his hand. A falling rock has a poor aim. He captured my hand, his fingers lacing with mine, holding on as if he were afraid I might fade away like a dream. I did not leave Arindra. I would not. He had stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights, wounded and exhausted, holding me, pouring his own life force, his own stubborn will into me through our bond, refusing to let me go. He had been my anchor, not just in the cave, but in the long, dark sleep that followed. We were quiet for a long time, the only sounds the crackle of the fire and the steady, reassuring beat of his heart. The war was over, the trials were done. The threats, both internal and external, were silenced. And here, in this small, quiet cave, hidden from the world, there were no more titles, no more duties, no more lies. There was only a man and a woman, battered and broken, who had found each other in the heart of the storm. The pack? I asked finally. Are they all right? They are waiting for their alpha to come home, he said, his voice soft. They are strong. Silas and Ilara have them well in hand. They know what you did. They know the price you paid. He looked at me, his silver eyes filled with a new, quiet certainty. They are your pack, Arindra. Truly, in their hearts and in their souls. I had claimed my throne at a pyre with a howl of rage and defiance. I had forged it in the ice of a frozen river, in the shadows of a haunted cave, and in the fire of a desperate battle. But I saw now that my throne was not the cold stone rock that overlooked the clearing. It was in the hearts of my pack. And it was here, in the steadfast, unwavering loyalty of the wolf who had refused to let me die. When I was in the dark, I whispered, my gaze fixed on the dancing flames. I felt you. It was warm, a light. I just followed it home. A single tear, the one I had seen him shed in the den, traced a path down his cheek once more. But this was not a tear of grief. It was a tear of profound, overwhelming release. I am not a good man, Arindra, he said, his voice thick with the ghosts of his past. I am a soldier with too much blood on his hands. My heart is a landscape of old scars. I have nothing to offer a queen. I am not asking for a kingdom, Dorian, I said, turning my head to look up at him. I saw not a broken soldier, but the strongest, most honorable wolf I had ever known. I have a kingdom. What I do not have is a heartbeat in the quiet dark. I slowly, painfully pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. I leaned in and gently, tentatively pressed my lips to his. It was not a kiss of fiery passion or desperate relief. It was a quiet, tender thing, as soft and as fragile as the dawn. It was a kiss of profound gratitude, of a deep, soul-shaking recognition. It was a promise, a beginning, a vow that we would face the ghosts of our past together and build a new future from the ashes. He responded with a gentle, hesitant pressure, his lips moving against mine with an unpracticed tenderness that spoke volumes. The psychic tether between us flared, not with the fire of battle or the desperation of survival, but with a pure, radiant warmth, a light that filled all the dark, broken places inside of me. When we finally broke apart, we simply looked at each other, the unspoken truths finally settled, the long war finally over. The path ahead would not be easy. We were both scarred, both haunted, but we were no longer alone. "Come," he said, his voice a low, gentle rumble. He carefully, tenderly helped me to my feet, wrapping a warm fur around my shoulders. "It is time for the Alpha to go home." We stepped out of the cave into the bright, clean light of a new day. The sun was warm on my face, the air crisp and full of the promise of a long, peaceful winter. Below us, in the valley, the smoke from the den's hearth fires rose in thin, straight columns into the blue sky. It was a sight of such simple, profound beauty that it brought tears to my eyes. It was the sight of home. We began the slow, careful journey down the mountain. He supported me, his arm a solid, unwavering presence around me, his strength my own. We were not a queen and her commander. We were not a lie forged for political gain. We were Erindra and Dorian. We were two halves of a single, resilient soul. We were mates, and we were finally at peace. The end.